Okay, first up on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes. We got a motion to adopt. We got a motion by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor? Okay, minutes are passed from our January 8th meeting. Next up, disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Wing and Iannoni and Morocco.
Okay, I have several. First of all, the Winter Festival of Lights section in Report F2 2013-10 fees for service due to my husband's employment, and the rest are related to Battlefield School. I'm the project lead on the park development, and I own abutting property. So the first one there is CAO 2013-01. There's the portion of the 2013 capital projects update F 2013-012, in which it appears, and PBD 2013-07 request for funding and the associated resolution. I'm an officer of an organization with a representative on that body.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, did you get all of those?
You betcha.
Okay, great. Councillor Iannoni.
Thank you. Check 360548 made out to my spouse.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morocco.
Yes, thank you. Check number 360330 was made out to my spouse.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Worship. A wire transfer to the Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer.
Any other disclosures? Okay, and myself, I have two checks made out to myself, 359848 and 360764. Okay, seeing no other disclosures, we'll move on to the budget matters, and I will ask Councillor Pietrangelo if he will come as budget chair, chair this portion of the meeting.
Okay, to start the budget meeting tonight, we're going to have our Director of Finance, Mr. Harrison, give us an overview on where we stand with the operating budget. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo. Tonight, we have a real brief presentation going over a couple of things that we've provided in the past. It's also setting the stage. There's 7 reports in the budget portion of tonight's meeting that relate to items that may impact the budget, and certainly we want to bring those forth so we can deal with them. Basically, what we're looking for tonight is after the 7 reports, or at the end of the presentation, we'd like to get any council direction that we may achieve as we come back. The next meeting, we will be coming back with more information on our revenues, particularly as it relates to taxation. So we'll be looking for the next meeting to talk about coming to some sort of conclusion on the budget. And as the first number of meetings have been dealt with strictly on the expenditure side, if there's any further direction or requests of council, we'd be looking for that at this time. As you know, the budget has been put together to maintain service levels as they exist. Staff directors have been provided the opportunity to review their expenditures and to ensure that the expenditure meets the operational needs. And the budget binders that you've been provided at the beginning of the process include all the data and details that that provide the answers that you may need. Changes this year is that we changed the budget meetings to the beginning of the regular meetings. We asked all the directors to provide departmental presentations to provide a little bit better understanding of what the expenditures that are in each department are. Parking operations, as was at the last meeting, is going to be presented as a separate budget. And we provided in the budget binder year-to-date actuals. As we're closing off our 2012 year-end, we'll have more up-to-date actuals for our discussions in February. The timetable, as we've met all the timetables, or the timetable as we had originally put forth tonight, to summarize, to finalize any of the expenditure presentations, and also talk a bit about the assessment and taxation data as it relates to the year. As you know, this year is a reassessment year, and it's causing a lot of work both at the city level and with the region. We've been working with regional staff in regards to some issues related to the assessment. We had thought that we would be able to come back tonight and discuss that in detail. Based on our schedule with the region, it won't be until the next meeting that we can get into that, although we do have some preliminary information for you. So moving to the next chart, this is a summary of all the expenditures that were in the proposed budget. Proposed budget of $102.8 million, broken down by department as shown. The next chart illustrates what our historical spending has been. And again, as I indicated at the beginning of the budget process, Council has, and the previous Council has been very good at keeping a lid on spending. Our average spending increase over the last 5 years has been 1.7% annually. That's including new debt issuance and new debt payments. So we certainly have been able to keep a lid on the expenditure side. That unfortunately is not moving forward. There are certain cost pressures, as we've identified in this year's budget, that we need to address. The next chart illustrates what the green is, what we've actually approved, plus the 2013 numbers of what's proposed, and the blue is actually adjusted for inflation. So you can see that the spending is falling behind what would be the inflationary rate of increase. So we have been able to do a good job here. The next line talks about the debt position. This is just to indicate to Council what the year-end debt position is, $71.42 million. That's the end of 2012. There was debt issuance that was approved last year. However, we have not gone to market with that yet. We will be doing that soon in the new year. The reason for that is that the projects have not been completed, and we borrow at the end of the project once we are finalized the amount that we have to borrow. The next chart summarizes for Council to get a good indication of where our main sources of revenue were last year. As you can see, property taxation takes up almost 54%. The payment in lieu, significant portion, 10%. User fees, waste management, which is a fee for service with the region. It's a service that the region provides, and we just it's an assessment-based rate collected on behalf of the region. The other revenues and all other sources amount for about 22%. That would include government grants, our transfer fees for the use of our rental rates, and various other revenue streams. As you can see, last year was $99 million for us to balance the budget. If the proposed spending levels are to remain, it would come in at approximately $102 million. So there's a difference of about $3 million that we need to address. The next chart just graphically shows where we're at. The next chart is an illustration. You've been provided this before, and really it's in your budget binder. It's Schedule A, which indicates the difference between the two years on the expense side, showing that this year the proposed spending level is 3.87% increase. Some of that is offset with some additional revenues in some of the areas, as we've talked about. And then the next chart is the year-over-year comparison of the major expenditure classifications, and you can see some of the cost pressures that we have. The bar graph will illustrate both of these numbers. I think it's easier to see. You can see that graphically the administrative services appears to be the highest area. That includes some corporate policies like our capital program. It also includes corporate programs like the WSIB, risk management, transfers to reserves, as well as all of the administrative departments as well. The next chart illustrates where our cost pressures, where we spend our money. The first two graph portions are the wages and salaries and benefits. As you can tell, this results in a significant portion of our budget. Well over 50% of our budget is salary and wages and benefits. This illustrates that because the municipality is a service business, it takes people to provide those services, and it's a significant challenge when dealing with reducing expenditures without reducing service levels. The next chart talks about revenue issues. As I indicated previously, and we will be coming back because we do have some of the year-end information. We've been analyzing the user fees and associated revenues to ensure that the projected estimates for 2013 are accurate. But we're not anticipating any significant increases in user fees or associated revenues. We have two major reductions in our revenues this year, and it's the tax penalties. Our staff have done a fine job this past year in collecting taxes and outstanding taxes as we report on a monthly basis. But that has had a negative impact on the amount of penalties that are charged. The second item is the reduction in the provincial funding of the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund of approximately $200,000. And lastly, it's a reassessment year. And as I indicated, we are working with regional staff on this. What I can share for you right now is this bar graph, which shows graphically what we're faced with. And the red bar graph is the total assessment, taxable assessment, that we started with at the beginning of 2012. The blue graph, and of course you'll have to read we go from $8.6 billion to $8.7 billion is the difference, is the growth, last year's growth. Growth in assessment, that means new assessment, was approximately $97 million, and it grew to the blue column. The return of the roll at the beginning of this year is down to slightly below 8.7, and that represents the adjustments made by impact when they return the roll. Certainly, it's a higher starting point than the beginning of 2012. However, the mix of assessment has changed between the classes. We've seen a growth in the residential property class, whereas we've seen a reduction in some of the commercial classes. And as the previous chart showed, when we have 36% of our assessment base commercial class, that poses some challenges. So we are working with the regional staff. There are some tax mitigation tools that we can use, and again, as of today, we are not in a position to be able to bring those forward, but we will be discussing them because we can't finalize the budget until we get some direction in that regard. So right now, I'd like to indicate that our projected spending at the present time is 3.87%. We'll be talking about revenues not in the new year, but we'll be talking about it at the next meeting. And so, but just as a reminder, this is the next chart will illustrate some of the new items. as you know, we're facing some fixed costs that we can't right now do anything about, is that we're seeing an increased cost of OMERS. We're seeing an increased cost in the VTS due to expanded services, but this has been offset by revenue. So it's really a revenue neutral. So it's increasing the expenditure level, but it's also being offset by revenues. One of the positive items, we've been able to better manage our overtime. As a result, we're budgeting a reduction in overtime. Some of the new items and some of these are going to be addressed in tonight's seven reports that are coming forth. We've included the contribution of the city's portion, of one half of the portion, 2013's portion, for the contribution towards the Federation of Canadian Municipalities convention that will be here in Niagara Falls in 2014. We've included the ad hoc transit improvements, and that's a net number because we are anticipating, conservatively, we estimated there would be a growth in revenue. That's the net impact of the ad hoc transit improvements. We have included hiring new staff for the study that you received towards the end of the year regarding the fire relocation hall. These staff is a build-up to a future staffing need once the hall is completed. However, we won't be dealing with that until we get really into the capital budget process, which will be starting at the next meeting. However, the operational costs have been included in the budget at the present time. There's a study that we're engaging as part of our capital asset management plan to replace the service center. As you know, the service center has been in operation for a significant portion of the time. Like all our building assets, we do need to take a look at replacing these, and a study has been included this year. Bridge rehabilitation, this is something that really is new, but it's not something that we can get away from because it is work that we need to include. The CIP programs, there's a gateway program, and then the main and ferry program, as you know, has been depleted, so we've added $150,000 to the budget. The Charavan is a fee for service, which will be included in a report today, but basically the increase of just a little bit over $200,000 relates to the relocation of the dialysis office in Niagara Falls, and therefore the full cost of transporting individuals to the dialysis center is borne by the city, whereas it used to be borne by the region. The library board has requested an additional expenditure increase of $220,000, and again, with the museum, will be in full operation this year, and also the borrowing cost of the construction will be hitting our books this year. So those are all new items. So flipping to the last thing is, as I started with the presentation at the very beginning, is there this, other than the 7 reports that are going to be coming forth and we'll be dealing with, is there anything from council that you want us to look at further before we come back at the next meeting to start finalizing the budget for this year? Is there any direction that you want to give to staff in regards to targets on expenditures? Certainly we're open to listen at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Harrison, we'll have the revenue next meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
So I really think it's difficult for council to give much direction until we see revenue. I'm not even prepared to approve any of these other things here until we see the revenue. I don't know, how we could approve some of the things on the budget until we see the revenue, because it could come in good, it could come in bad. I mean, I'm not prepared to vote on that until I see the revenue.
I think most of those can go to final budget deliberations, and that seems to be the age-old argument about passing the budget before or after January. I mean, it's impossible for us to get a hold on our revenues before January. We always have to wait for them. So the only portion of the budget that we would be able to pass before January is the expenditure side, but then that's always subjected to the revenue side of it.
I agree. So from my point of view, the direction of staff, I don't know what direction to give staff until I see the revenue. I'd like to see it before I make any more comments.
Well, certainly, I think what we're looking for is, coming back at the next meeting, we will be presenting opportunities to come with a balanced budget. Once the revenue targets are finalized, we'll come back with right now, in the budget presentation, there's a $3.5 million difference between revenues and expenditures. We'd be liking to come back with a solution to balance that so that we can have a full deliberation on the budget at that point. Again, the two reports that are here tonight are, I know that we're asking, the recommendation says to approve, but certainly in talking with Councillor Peter Angelo, if you wanted to refer it to the final deliberations in regards to the fee-for-service and the grants, we certainly would be recommending, we'd be open to that. However, just in keeping with all of the other presentations, we felt that it was important to bring these two reports forward so that Council could give us any comments or feedback that they'd like to see in this area.
Thank you.
That's okay? You okay?
Yeah, I'm
Okay. And just to go back to the revenue side of it, Councillor Carrier, because you do bring forward a good point. I believe that staff are going to have some ongoing discussions with the regional staff. And Mr. Harrison, just to go back to the slide that was on taxable assessment, perhaps you can let the public know, I guess, the fact that staff are going to be looking at the ratios and why you're going to be looking at the ratios.
Well, certainly, just like any other reassessment year, we went through this in 2009 when the reassessment figures came out. There is a change or a shift in the classes. As you know, not all taxable assessment is treated equally. Commercial class is more valuable. There's a ratio that's applied to it. The industrial class is more valuable, and the multi-res is more valuable again. And so when we get our return of the roll, the mix between those classes changes. The mix between those classes changes for all the lower tier municipalities as well as the region, depending on the mix that exists. And as we indicated in Niagara Falls, because we have such a commercial-oriented tax base, a lot of the impact on the commercial class this year, we've seen some reductions in the commercial class and from the year end. And secondly, in the first year of the reassessment, all of the reductions are afforded to our ratepayers. So if your property assessment goes down, you get the full reduction. If it's an increase, it goes over the 4 years because it's a phase-in. So those are some of the things that we're working on. The region of Niagara is responsible for tax policy. So we have to work in concert with our regional friends and work up with a tax policy that fits for Niagara Falls, but also fits for the region.
So in short then, we set our rate, they set the ratios. Based on what they set the ratios to be, our revenues obviously can change because not everything is multiplied by the same number. Residential is 1-to-1, commercial is 1-to-1.76 right now, industrial is 1-to-2.03, I believe, and the region has to set their ratios for this year before we can figure out our revenues. I take it then by the comments around the table that Council would like to wait until we have some finalized revenue projections before we move forward with anything on the budget? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. That's fair. Sure. That's fine. Okay.
Motion repeated, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the motion is just simply to simply wait for any further budget deliberations until the region has sort of set their tax policy for this year, so that we can understand what type of revenue we're going to have based on their ratios.
Okay, then, Mr. Chair, we still going to be dealing with these budget items?
Oh, we're still going to go on
Okay.
with those ones, yes. Yeah. It's just a motion letting staff know that we're going to wait until the region sets their ratios. Everyone understand the motion? I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on then, we have a number of reports here. First one is F 2013-11 dealing with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. There is a recommendation in the report in front of you, and I believe that we have Regional Chairwoman Selena Volpatti here, and I'm not sure if you wish to speak to the motion.
Not necessarily. I'll just give any questions.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, this is not a surprise being here. We pursued this vigorously with a lot of people involved when the new convention was coming on. This is one of the targets that we had, and obviously the people who were involved, I think certainly the mayor, I think you were involved too, Councilor Morocco at the time, trying to make sure we cemented this as one of the strong conventions coming here. And we are, without exception, the benefactor in the region, and certainly Niagara Falls, the convention center. And this is a very prestigious opportunity. A lot of people from across Canada in public office will be coming here and going back and talking about the facilities and the destination we have here. So I have, and there's an opportunity for return on investment through the FCM system with the number of delegates, etc. So I'm pleased to move this for the betterment of the community and the region.
Okay, do I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Morocco? Yep. Did you second the motion, sorry?
Yes, I second
Okay.
the motion.
Yep.
I definitely support what Councillor Thompson has said, and there's been a number, actually it was a number of years that we actually had to do this bid, and these conferences such as FCM and AMO and OSAM are the only ones that can be bid on through local politicians to try and secure them in your destination. I have to just say that it's not in here, but as Councillor Thompson indicated, that we do get offset from this, because as every delegate that comes, there's a portion of their registration fee that comes back to the city coffers, as well as the city also solicits sponsorship to offset that cost. And yes, Councillor Selena Volpatti is the chair of our FCM committee, and the region has already made a commitment of over $300,000 to assist us in securing this conference, in which we will recoup some of that money. So I just want to say that I fully support that on that case, and it will be a huge kickstart to our convention center in Niagara Falls, and that's what's much needed. So when other industry conventions here that FCM has been here, it'll be a leading factor to bring more and more conferences to our area, so I fully support that need.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before I call the motion? All in favor? Motion's carried unanimously. Next item is F 2013-09, dealing with the 2013 permissive grants. Okay, and we have a gentleman who's here to speak to that report, Mr. Davey. Mr. Davey here? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you-
Through the chair, Mr. Davey indicated that he may be a little late. He has a business downtown. He's going to be closed at 5:30, and he was going to rush here. So I told him that if he wasn't present when the matter came up, that we could probably
we'll just put it
juggle it.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's go to the next report then, which is F 2013-10, dealing with the 2013 fee for service. Did you want to introduce this one, Mr.
Yeah,
Harrison?
Sure. I mean, both the previous report that we deferred and this report are related. As you recall, years ago, it was all lumped into one, and they were called grants. Now, we've determined that there's a distinction between some of the groups that will get fee for service, and these are organizations that provide a service that the city would otherwise perform, or it's deemed to be something that the city should be in and funding, or if, in some of the cases, like the airport and the Illumination Board and the Humane Society, were contractually or legislatively required to do these things. The way it's been provided this year is that staff, all of the directors have gone and met with the organizations and are putting forward a recommendation. There was an error in the original typo, and that was in regards to the Optimus Park. And as we know, the Optimus Park is not going to be providing baseball this summer, and so there is no contract with them, and that's been amended in a memo that I sent out. Other than that, all of the other agencies are listed. The couple of things have changed. First of all, the fee-for-service for the summer swim lessons. There's a report that's later in the agreement that outlines, as council had indicated, they wanted some further details, but we're recommending that it can be done in-house and that the fee-for-service would be discontinued. And the second one is related to the Charavan, and as I indicated in my presentation, there's an increase of just about $200,000. And that's an estimate of what the cost of providing that service for the dialysis, for transporting dialysis patients in the community are. In the past, it was to another outside municipality, and because of that, the region funded that. This year, because the dialysis is in the community, it's become the responsible of the lower tier, so that's what it is. So we're looking for any direction that council may provide in this regard.
Okay. Councillor Morocco?
Well, again, to the chair, to staff, I think that we've just heard that we need to see the whole picture, and this is another thing too. I think we can't be passing this until we see the final picture as to where we're going to be sitting. If we need to increase taxes to a certain level, and if we have to start cutting our fee-for-services, then I think that's the first place that we look. Because I think it's quite clear, I've actually said I don't think we should be in the business of funding a lot of these organizations. There's some that it's very heart-wrenching, but and the other side of it, there's a few here that I think we have to start saying, that's it. We have to start decreasing the funding that we're giving to these organizations and start focusing on what our real goals here are, and that's worrying about our infrastructure and our services that we need to look at the city. So with that said, I hope that we can actually really take a strong look at this and decrease the number of dollars here at least by half in this next year, and let these people know that they're not going to get a lot of the money coming. And anyway, I'm ranting, but I'm just going to say that we'll wait until we get the big picture.
Are you making a motion then to move it to final budget deliberations?
Yes.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Terrio. Any questions or comments to the motion? Councillor Mays.
Yeah, I just have one question regarding, and I understand the change in the Charavan to the dialysis. That's just an estimate. There's no real tried and true figure that.
No, that's right. It is an estimate this year, but that's our best guess estimate. That would be truly a fee-for-service because we would pay based on the number of rides. So until we get through the actual year, we wouldn't know exactly what it is, but that's our estimate of what it would cost.
Could be a lot more, could be a lot less?
We don't anticipate there'll be a lot more. We think that there might be a potential that it'd be less.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've said that every year. I have voted against this budget every year. But what Mr. Harrison just said something that I would like to come back when we deliberated at final budget. I'd like to know what the province deems us responsible for. Because I went on municipal affairs and housing, what we are supposed to provide. These fee-for-services, they are not things we are mandated to provide. Those are things this council has decided to provide. So if you're going to tell me what is truly, and that was the word Mr. Harrison used, what is truly a fee-for-service, come back and tell us what the municipality is obligated to provide, and then fit our budget to meet that. Because most of these things are social services which are not our tier, which we have taken on from other levels of government because they didn't do it. So maybe, as I said last year, send them back to the tiers they belong to and let that tier fund them. I'm not saying they don't deserve their funding. I'm just saying we can't afford to run our own house. We shouldn't be giving money to run other people.
Okay. I think staff have come back in past reports and sort of outlined what our responsibilities are and what they're not.
Certainly,
And if you want them to do it again, I'm sure it won't be a problem.
we certainly can. I mean, in past reports, we've brought back recommendations as to what, you know, the fee-for-service category would include, and again, it's a council decision to move forward. The groups that are in the fee-for-service have been approved by council. That was the direction of the previous budgets, and we as staff would move forward in that direction.
Okay. Councillor Inoue, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will say I made the exact argument at the time. These are not required municipal services. These are services we've decided are morally needed in our community. Nobody else would fund them, so we're doing them. Social services are not our responsibility. Water, sewer, roads, we've all done it. We've all wrote our campaign ads. We've all said the same thing 100 million times. So if you have $2.4 million down here that is social services that are not even our tier responsibility, there's $2.4 million you can put in a budget that Mr. Harrison says is a gap. Now, I clearly have made that motion here many times. I think I've lost it every time I've done it. But I will say, these are not true fee-for-services. We decided that. 1 year, they were grants. And the next year, to make us politically look good, it came to council and they said, now we're going to call them fee-for-services because nobody else in the community is doing it. My shock then was, we were told, and I'm not going to pick on Project Share because it's a needed requirement in the community. People need it. But 1 year we were told, you're the only municipality doing it. St. Catharines doesn't do it. Why are you doing it? Then the next year came to us and said, well, it's a requirement. It's a fee-for-service. Now do it. But we have Mr. Holman stand up and tell us time and time and time and time again that we don't have those millions of dollars to do in our roads, sewers, and waters. So, I mean, either we are going to bite the bullet, and it's been a motion every year, I think since Alderman Puddick was here, we say it and we don't do it.
Okay. And I don't think it's the whole $2.5 million that is...
you know what point I'm trying to make. We have a lot of money here that we give away so other people can run their organizations while we can't afford to run our own organization. There's no sense to that.
At the very top of the report, it talks about legislative or binding obligations.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I defy you to go onto the Municipal Affairs and Housing and find out that we should be funding Project Share, YWCA, Women's Place. None of them are there. They're there for social responsibilities for a region, but they're not there for us.
Yeah. And the only thing I said is that you can't include $2.5 million, which you did.
I understand.
Okay. All right, there is a motion on the floor to refer these to final budget deliberations. Councillor Thompson.
It's kind of ironic. I've heard this speech before, and I'm sorry Councillor Selina Volpatti is gone, because I recall very distinctly when we had the same discussion, the same motion, and I was sitting there at the time, and she got up and said, you're going to cut this budget, and you're going to cut this budget on the backs of women and children and people who are in need. That's where the decision-making process takes place. So it's unfortunate that Councillor Volpatti was not here, because that's the comments that were made to me at the time, which made me think, and I was on the same track, we're going to cut this budget to shreds, and all of a sudden she made me think, wow, we have a responsibility here to look after our community, and there are, particularly at this time in this economy, there are serious problems out there with the job market, with the economy, with business, and yes, I think there is some cutting. Yes, I've always talked about several issues that should be at the region, but on top of all of that, I just have to say, and because Councillor Volpatti was here, that I've never forgot those statements, and that's a long time ago she made to me, and I still keep that in the back of my mind.
Okay, thank you. There is a Councilor Gates.
Yeah, I'm certainly not going to debate fees for service tonight, but I think Councillor Thompson hit it right on the nail on it's all about what type of community we want to have on a go-forward basis, and I'll have more to say on that if there's a motion on the table that we're going to cut those. Just a question to staff. On the Charavan, the amount there, is there any provincial money for that? I know it was transferred from the region because it's now in Niagara Falls, but is there any outside money for that?
No, that's a local service that has to be funded. The other thing, Councillor Peter Angelo, it appears that we're going to have more discussion on fee-for-services. I guess what we're looking for as well is to facilitate that discussion. Is there more information that can be forthcoming on the fee-for-service that would allow council to make a better decision? Again, you know, the changeover to the fee-for-service, staff has reviewed the amounts and are comfortable with the amounts that are being put forward. But if there's additional information on other funding sources, other government funding sources, certainly this is the time to ask, because again, my preference would be is that we move along with the budget. So when we come back, that we truly don't get delayed with seeking more information, that this is an opportunity to get whatever information that council seems to need to make decisions. So certainly I'd be open to any further requests for information to facilitate that.
Okay. Councilor Morocco?
Yes, through the Chair. I'd like to see exactly where we come back if we cut all of this right in half, and show us where we stand if we were to take this fee-for-service and cut it in half.
Now, can I just ask, like, are you talking about the entire report? Because there are things in here that you just can't cut. There's legislative binding agreements that you have that are Chart 2.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And the seconder to the motion agrees to that?
It's just a report.
Okay. Mr. Todd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if it'd be useful for council when we look at Chart 2, whether you'd like a little bit more detail on some of the discussions that the individual staff have had with those groups. In other words, if you look at, and I'll just pick it out because it's very easy, Niagara Falls Concert Band. Well, I think it's important you understand what that exactly is. It's a fee-for-service based on the fact that they play Remembrance Day concert, Art and Culture concert. So I think you need that detail, because the fact is, if as a simple example, easy to cut that, but then that concert band is not playing those things for us. So I think to put it in context, it's important that you know exactly. A fee-for-service means we've gone out and said, that is what you are going to provide on our behalf, that service. And I think it's important here that maybe we haven't gone far enough to let you know exactly what those detailed services are that we're purchasing that might make your decision making a little bit easier. So we can certainly provide that for you as well.
Well, it's very interesting, because you get most of them to sit around the table and say, you know, we got to stop getting out of this, we got to get out of this business of being a financial institution and lending money to areas that we shouldn't at other levels of government's responsibility. It didn't take a heartbeat at the stroke of the pen for Project Share, the region, to cut Project Share totally out of their budget. And I'm not saying that we totally cut them out of the budget, but I'm saying, you know, if we're going to try and save some money here and put it into exactly streets and roads, you got a building over at Service Center there that needs a new heating facility. Half the building isn't even heated for its employees. I know that because that's where my husband works. But aside from all that, we've got some serious issues that we have to look at our financial implications. And a lot of these groups not only are getting money from us, but they're also getting money from 1 and 2, 3 other organizations. And this double and triple dipping has to stop. So I think that's also something that we'd like to see. I don't know. I can't believe we wouldn't. If they're getting other dollars from somewhere else, let them get it somewhere else, and we can actually use that money where we need to. That's, I don't know, it just goes to show you, if you, at your own house, if you can't actually pay your bills, are you going to take a loan to give somebody else money? It just doesn't make sense.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and I think that's important we get that information for the next meeting, is Councillor Iannone's indicated sort of these spheres of responsibility for tiers of government. That's important to understand. I think it's then important to understand what the services are that we are contracting with, if you will, with these groups. And then you can make a decision. There may be some services in here you say, if we didn't contract that service to a group, we would still have to do that ourselves. So there may be some of those, but there may be some you say, we're contracting a service and we don't really need to have this service, or this service should be provided at a different level of government. So I think we've got to provide all this information to you, and I think we can get that back for the next meeting.
I think, too, just to that point, I think, too, that if we're providing a service and we're getting an ROI on that service, then that's a beneficial point for us. But I think if there's no ROI on anything that we're actually providing money to, then I think we seriously have to look at, is it worth it?
Okay, Councillor Carrier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you need direction then, Mr. Todd, for staff to go back? Because I'm assuming after you hear the discussion that you're going to go back, or do you need a motion to go back?
No, I think we've heard enough. I didn't mean
I'd
to
like
put
to
it
have
that
this
way.
debate.
I think we understand what you're looking for.
I'd like to have the debate, but I'd like to have it with the information that you're going to go and get for us. I don't
Yes.
want to debate it either until we have the other
No,
information.
I think everything that we've talked about right here, we'll provide it back in a report to you.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor then to move the 2013 fee-for-service schedule to final budget deliberations. Everyone understand the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. We'll go back to the last report, which was F 2013-09, dealing with permissive grants. And I know that we have Mr. Davey in the audience that wishes to address council, and he's from Stamford Lions Club. Mr. Davey, you're welcome to come to the podium. Welcome.
Pardon my appearance, I just came right from work when I heard you guys were talking tonight.
It's okay.
I'm just here to, because I heard that the staff was given a report to council in regards to that, the money that the Stanford Lion Club receives, that all we do is turn around and give it to somebody else. The money that we receive from the city of Niagara Falls goes directly to our hall. We do give money away, don't get me wrong, but that's, as far as the money that we get from Niagara Falls, city of Niagara Falls, goes to our hall to maintain it, to keep it operational. And we maintain groups that couldn't go anywhere else because they either pay nothing or they pay us very little. We have Alcoholics Anonymous. They use the hall every Tuesday. Every Tuesday of the year, including Christmas, if Tuesday falls on a Christmas, as it did this year. We have about 15 or 16 clubs, from stand clubs to we have a karate club that comes in once every Thursday night. They couldn't go anywhere else because you couldn't. And they give us a donation, but it's not like they could rent from someone else because they only need it 1 day a week for 2 hours a day. So based on that, these are the kind of organizations that come to us that we provide, as I say, for little or no cost. And your money goes to keep the hall operational. We've also have gone on other sources, like we're trying to facilitate a Trillium grant so we can become wheelchair accessible. But the odds of that, like a Trillium grant, is a horrendous thing that requires us to have as much money as they're willing to give us, which we don't have. Like if we want $50,000 from them, we have to have $50,000. So the odds of getting something like that is very slim because we don't have it. Our group is a small group with a limited basis. Service clubs as a whole are on the downswing because that's not the current thing to do. But it doesn't matter that we still provide a service for the people in Niagara Falls. I can't tell you the exact numbers, but we're talking to the extent of 400 or 500 people a month that come into our hall, that if they weren't using our hall, then they would end up trying to go somewhere else and could easily filter down to a city level looking to you for a place to go and a place to provide. It could easily happen. You know, the extent of what we do is small for a limited amount of people, but that doesn't mean that we're not existent. You know, and in one manner of speaking, like when you said you couldn't keep your own house in check, so you don't want to be giving money away, it's almost sort of like having kids. Because even though, you know, you're on a fixed budget, you're trying to get by, but if your kids absolutely have to have something, you figure out a way to do it. I sort of surmise it as that you guys have a tough job. I don't want it. But the problem still exists, and hacking at it doesn't make it go away. All it does is make it go somewhere else. It becomes somebody else's problem, which, so be it. But at the end of the day, we're all here in Niagara Falls. We're all neighbors. And to a certain extent, we do need to take care of one another. I understand the roads have issues. I understand everything has issues. And we've got to deal with it. Just shoving it away is not dealing with it. So, at the end of the day, we're asking for, and just one more thing, and it all has to do with this fee for use, or fee for services. I've been kicking this grant thing around for a long time. I've been in this game. I was when we were at the Lundy's Lane, in the basement of the Lundy's Lane place, when we were arguing about the same thing. That way all the people were in the grant program. And then you guys separated it, so be it. Maybe it's a good way to justify it. But as far as our club goes, we still do a lot of things for the community. As it says here, services that are not core municipal responsibility. I personally think, as far as our organization goes, that we still fall into that. And like I was saying, if those groups that weren't coming to us, they would be a burden on somebody. I don't mean to say burden either, that was the wrong word. But they would be turning to somebody else to look for the venue to provide them so they could meet, or whatever the case may be. But that's pretty much, I know he's rambling on too much.
Okay, you might have some questions, Mr. Davey. I know I have Councillor Carrier that wants to speak.
Yeah, I just wondered if staff had talked to them and if you knew the recommendation.
I do. I have the papers here.
So the recommendation is not just to eliminate everyone and leave them out on the cold. It was, I think, to redirect, to help them. If you read the report, it is a transition where we get out of it, but we help replace the funding maybe somewhere else with something else that we maybe have some control over. So it's just to redirect. It's not just to say, we're cutting it, we're done with you, you're on your own. We understand how important it is in the service you provide, but the report says that we provide transition funding to the existing groups and help them to replace the funding. I'm assuming that's what the staff is meaning, and not just to say, see you guys, you're out on your own. I think
well, if that was the case, nobody has ever I read the report, but nobody's actually dialogued with me about any transitional. Like
that's the way I read the report, so.
We could come up with any other money to fulfill that void. Just for the record, I am the treasurer for the group, and with the amount of money that we've got, the $6,000 from last year, that $6,000 in our financial statement, which somebody around here has, that ended us making us $100 short on an even cost for the year. In other words, without that $6,000, we would have been $5,900 short for our operating budget for the year. So, and out of that operating budget, just for the record too, $4,420 is money we pay out in taxes. So it's not like some of the other groups that they don't pay taxes because the city owns the building and the property. So they don't pay any taxes because they don't own it. So, okay, that's fine. And like the comment I made in the paper, if I got a deal for you, because I can sell you a 100-year-old building at a very reasonable fee.
Anyway, my question or my comment was, if he understood that it wasn't just what we said in, maybe a staff comment as to the recommendation on the report.
Sure, Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, the recommendation is for all the groups. I think it's got to be provided a little bit of context. The permissive grant program, as staff has been consistent over the last number of years, that we believe that they should be getting out of the permissive grant program. And this has been something, we have a grant process, quite correct that the financial statements along with the application come in. As you recall, our policy is that we try to segregate what the request is, what the grant is. Again, that's what we've done in the past. But the report is quite clear, is that there are other avenues of fundraising that the city would redirect them to, and certainly our staff would work forward with any of the groups to do that. Again, we would need to get some direction from council as to what the permissive grant amount would be for a year, and certainly, you know, it sounds like to me that this is going to be deferred to budget deliberations, the final amount, the final recommendation. So certainly we would be sitting with all the groups. It might be, you know, one of the things that we did look at with the grants is to kind of move the organizations away from income supplements, with basically what all of the grant requests have been, is that they've been, and as the gentleman has indicated quite succinctly, is that $6,000 is to offset their operating costs, which includes renovations to the building. And all the other groups other than the new group, which is the Community of Niagara, which is requesting funding for a study. All of the other groups are looking for income supplements or income subsidization. So,
Not to belabor this, but having read the report, I'm assuming that we were going to help them transition, that we were going to try and help them.
We would certainly, after the decision is made on the grants, we would certainly sit down and work with them to
That's just the way I read it, that we were going to help them transition this to another source of funding or whatever. And I would make the motion that we move this to final budget deliberations, and then maybe, if you're looking for some other direction, maybe you could tell us how, if we do vote for this recommendation, how we could help them to place their funding somewhere else, or if there's funding from some of these other groups that are mentioned, if there's funding available, if we could help them transition, if that's the will or the wish of the council and the staff, I could support that. But it's a very small amount of money. And I mean, I would find it hard to believe that we couldn't help these few groups find this amount of money from one of the other sources that
I agree with Councillor Carrier. We certainly would facilitate trying to find the alternative sources of funding.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor made by Councillor Carrier to move this to final budget deliberations, and that staff help to assist groups with the transitioning of funding. I have a seconder by Councillor Maves, and I have Councillor Gates that wishes to speak.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Listen, first of all, I want to thank the Stamford Lions for the work that you do, but on helping them raise funds, I think we have to be clear. You're already raising funds. I mean, I drive by that place almost on a daily basis take my daughter to dance, and there's always a sign out front that talks about you're running euchre, crib, you have your, what's that, the reverse draw. I mean, you guys do a lot of fundraising, and so I think that's something that we should already know, that asking staff, and I can appreciate the staff has tried to, over a number of years, tried to have this all taken away, but the reality is, at the end of the day, over a number of years, the majority of council has said, no, we want to continue to help fund these groups. But I think it's important for the rest of the council to understand, not just your service group, but I think all the service groups who are struggling to get volunteers right across Niagara Falls. You guys are doing a good job. You're working hard to raise funds. Unfortunately, with everything that you're raising, you still need a bit of a hand up, and that's kind of where you're at, I would think.
Right. Well, you know, back a few years ago, we were asking for like money like $12,000. Back 6 years ago, we received $10,000. And then a few years ago, council was sort of mandated that, you know, go down, come up with a figure, that you guys can live with, and let's stick to it. And that's when we came up with the $6,000 figure. And in my opinion, it's almost a nail on the head based on what I previously said on how close our operating budget came up with that money that council approved last year and the year before. You know, as I said, I think our figures have been fairly exact. We're definitely within the realm that money helps. And at the end of the day, between the last time I read this report, there was actually 6 clubs on there, which I see it's down to 5. For some reason, the Hospital Foundation is not lumped in with us anymore, which I'm not quite sure why that, because we were originally, the figure for all 6 groups was $66,000, with the Hospital Foundation being $50,000 of that, which I see is no longer included with us. So now we're down to $16,000 or $17,000 in the 5 groups that are left, if I'm reading the report correctly.
You are.
I think based on, just my opinion, based on the time involved in what we're talking about, I don't think the $17,000 is an issue. I think $17,000, in my opinion, will affect things very little in the grand scheme of things. But I understand you have to dissect every part of it. But $17,000, that's one person's wage on welfare. If you want to come down to that.
Okay, Councilor Morocco.
The Chair, I'm saying, Mr. Davey, I fully support what the organizations do for the community. There's no doubt about it, and I'm sure that many of us around the table have contributed at some time to participating in the fundraising events. We have actually instructed our staff to look at reducing our costs that we take and spending money and providing funds to other organizations. This is a small amount that we're trying to wean off some of the organizations, and it's a small portion from the $6,000 to $4,000, for example, for your group. Some of the other groups are taking a little bit of a bigger hit, and there's another group here that's not going to get any money at all. We have to be firm. If we're asking staff to come back and start to reduce, I know this is a small portion, but every $1,000 adds up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm sorry, but I have to say that I have to support the reduction of this. I know that they raise money. They say that they give money out, and I think that's wonderful that they do that. But maybe they just have to not give out that $2,000 more to keep it added on to their $6,000. But we have to look at reducing some of these costs. We just can't continue to go on doing it the way we have been. So I have to say I'm standing strong on this, and I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there any other council member that wishes to speak to the motion? Oh, sorry. Councilor Wing.
I just want to say I support what Councillor Morocco just said, and if we leave this on, then we're opening the door for other organizations, because there are other service clubs in town with their own halls. And if, for instance, the other Lions clubs or the Knights of Columbus, who are maintaining halls as well, which the community uses, decided to come to us and ask for help in the upkeep of their halls, and if we're doing for one, we have no choice but to do for the others. And I know there's churches who happily allow community groups to come and meet, and they usually hope for a donation to help offset their costs. Sometimes they'll let them meet for free. I know the Niagara Falls Humane Society board, when I was able to still attend the meetings, was meeting at St. Andrew's Church Hall, because it is accessible, unlike our Humane Society building, since the former boardroom is converted over to animal control purposes. There's legions too, and 51 on Valleyway, which was a pretty dominant force socially a long time ago, has now scaled down to a very small building because they couldn't afford to keep up the hole that they were in. So this organization isn't alone in its challenges, and unfortunately that's just the reality. And as somebody else has said here, we to keep our own house in order, and, you know, those little thousands of dollars do add up, and especially when it's over several years, it becomes a fairly big amount.
Okay, Mayor Diodati.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm willing to support a report, but I'm not willing to support reduction of a group like the Lions. And I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I'd like to see what they bring so we can evaluate it. If we were to go back in time, we had an opportunity to save Optimus Park. You know, in retrospect, the actual cost to the city and how we could have acquired it versus now having to spend the money at Cummings Park and other parks, I think it would have been far more advantageous for us to have worked with the Optimus. I think in this case too, I mean, the service that's provided, these people are continuously here for us, and I don't think this is a small ticket item on a major budget. And I think we want to encourage more of this. We're trying to reach out to kids to become snow buddies. You know, we're trying to reach out to get the community involved in their community, and to me this is a small amount to show a sign of good faith to a bunch of volunteers that do a lot of good in our community, and I don't think this is where you cut. I think there's efficiencies in the system. I don't think this is where we cut. So I'd like to see what each group provides so we can decide if this one makes sense, but I know in this regard I'm okay to look at a report, but I wouldn't support seeing them cut.
Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor, actually, that this be moved to final budget deliberations. Did the mover and the seconder wanted to add something to the motion whereby council receives, I guess, an update on what the groups do?
That's fine. I'm assuming that we go by, I'm just assuming that we're going to do what the recommendation is, that the staff is going to see if we can help them get their funding elsewhere.
Okay, I guess it is a friendly amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, but by approving this, we're not approving what's here, we're moving it to budget, just for clarity.
Right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. In that case, then, there is a motion on the floor. I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? 3 are opposed. The motion is carried. So the report is going to be moved to final budget deliberations. In the meantime, staff will come back with a report to council based on what your organization, as well as the other organizations in this report, do for the city. Okay, thank you, Mr. Davey.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next report is MW 2013-01, dealing with the cemetery tent rental fee. Sorry, did you have your hand up, Councillor Iononi? Just kidding. Councillor Iononi, please.
I'd like to thank staff for the report. I have forwarded it to the resident who was very emotional when she spoke to me. I'd be a hypocrite to say that we need to stop charging something and bringing in revenue after my prior conversation. So thank you. I would just receive and file for the report and just make sure that the residents know. They seemed to be unaware that when they got there it wouldn't be provided to them. Maybe we need to do better marketing that is not part of the entire package. So I'm sure we already tell people when they're very upset that that's part of it. I would just move staff's recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Did you wish to speak to it? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
I'm pleased to see the report and some information in there. I hate to say this, but Gates will be accusing me of a historian again. I go back to Councillor Puttick when he was always trying to suggest that cemeteries be self-supporting, and the information indicates that we're a long way from that, $600,000. I wonder if, are there any municipalities that have cemeteries that are self-supporting through fees or whatever?
Mr. Harrison,
know that?
Mr. Todd.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I know there's several municipalities that are in the business. Again, it's not a mandated business, so some municipalities simply don't have cemeteries. I'm not aware of any that are in a profitable position. I think most like us struggle with trying to make ends meet, and I think all municipalities are going through the same thing as we are, is trying to find ways to increase revenue and reduce costs to get that dependence on the taxpayer down. But I'm not sure of any, maybe Mr. Harrison does.
Maybe I can just jump in. I'm not aware of any either, but as you may recall, I think it indicates in the report, we are doing a peer review of our review of the cemeteries, and in that, I know that they are doing some benchmarking of municipal cemeteries, and that will provide a bit more information as to where we are in relationship to other municipalities, but I'm not aware of any that break even.
Okay. Anyway, I am anxiously awaiting to see this report because I think there are innovative and different ways, and hopefully who's ever preparing the report is looking at other opportunities to cut down the $600,000 cost to look after our cemeteries. And I have to say that our cemeteries are looked at in the region as being very special and unique and extremely well maintained. So the dollars we are spending are doing the job, and I think most people have pride in what they see when they're out at our cemetery, so I don't have any problem with that. And I was really making notes of this when I read this to talk to the $200 fee. If we have a $600 deficit, the $2,100, which is pretty insignificant for the tents, to say that that's not necessary, I think would be a step in the wrong direction. And but I understand that there could be circumstances, and I would kind of smile when it said that some of the people in the funeral home business have suggested that this cost is excessive and should be reduced. That might work the other way too. I'm wondering if there could be another clause in here which may look after Councillor Iannone's initial comments, where somebody is not in a position, and I'm not looking for a means test or anything, but where the funeral director can say, we're expecting rain all afternoon, these people are really unable to afford the funeral costs that are involved, and would a tent be appropriate? I would be sympathetic to something along those lines, so that somebody who could definitely not afford $200 in the whole scheme of a funeral is pretty insignificant. So if we could cooperate with somebody who was really in need in inclement weather, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Councillor Iannone?
And I like that suggestion. I will have to say the resident who spoke to me buried their mother the day Hurricane Sandy hit here. So it's not something she was paying attention to or they had anticipated. So if she had agreed, no, I'm not going to get a tent, it wasn't because they anticipate Hurricane Sandy. To me, that's just common sense. If you have a family coming to bury a loved one and you have to make the decision, and my understanding is, and I've related to her, that staff wouldn't have put the tent up that day anyway. They wouldn't have been able to get it up. But I think it comes down to common sense reasoning that day.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there is a motion on the floor to accept staff's recommendation. If there aren't any other comments, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay, motion's carried. Next report is RNC 2013-02, dealing with the summer swim lessons. And Mrs. Mollenhauer, were you going to introduce this?
The Recreation and Culture Department is committed to provide, whether it's directly or indirectly, a cost-efficient aquatic programming to the residents of Niagara Falls. During the year, Learn to Swim lessons are actually provided at the McBain Community Centre through the YMCA and also at the Boys and Girls Club. However, in the summer months, the city does own and maintain 5 outdoor pools. As mentioned in the report, historically the city has provided a fee-for-service arrangement funding with the Niagara Falls Summer Swim lesson of approximately $12,825. The fee for funding typically has paid for the instructors' wages. The committee themselves are a committee of volunteers. The committee then, they go out and they hire a coordinator and they hire swim instructors. approximately 50% of the swim instructors also do work for the city as lifeguards. So on an annual basis, staff does sit down and review all of our fee-for-service arrangements. Aquatic staff this year reviewed, could we deliver the service at a more efficient cost? Upon review of the cost for wages and the possible revenues that we can bring in and looking at material costs, we do feel that staff can deliver the service at a lower rate of the $12,825 that we do currently pay out for the service. The reason we feel we can deliver it at a lower rate is we already have, of course, the pools in place. We're maintaining them. The lessons would be operated at a break-even. For example, we will not operate a class if there was 1 to 2 individuals. We would look at combining classes or perhaps canceling a class and holding it at another pool where we could run a full class. We do not need to hire a coordinator because we already do have a coordinator in place that helps to supervise our outdoor aquatic operation. We're also making this recommendation because we feel we can enhance the customer service. We can take registration at the Gale Center that's open 7 days a week, basically from 8:30 in the morning to 11 at night. We can also take registration at the Coronation Center, and we have our administration staff already built right in, where we're not paying anybody any extra to take the registrations, to look at the inquiries. Last year, for example, we did receive a number of inquiries to our recreation admin staff that were referred to the Niagara Falls summer swim lessons. A lot of our residents already believe that the city is operating the lessons, and we really feel that it would be a better one-stop shopping for our residents, that we can enhance customer service, we can actually offer the lessons at a lower rate, and we can save approximately $10,000 by eliminating this fee-for-service agreement.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Moldenhauer? Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you. This was also my question last time. I just want to say, I had stood up and spoke about the Niagara Falls Summer Swim Lesson volunteers, and Ms. Moldenhauer had made the comment that, well, they're not volunteers if they get paid. So this was the email I got the next day. Niagara Falls Summer Swim Lesson Committee members are not paid. They oversee the hiring of staff to coordinate and teach the lessons. The lifeguards that they hire now are paid less than our city staff will be paid to do the lessons. I'm just reading this to council. Because they're a volunteer committee overseeing the run of the lessons, the staff is not considered city staff and therefore paid a lower rate than the city lifeguards. With the city hiring swim lesson staff for this summer, the city will have to pay a higher rate of roughly $2 an hour. So I'm reading
and
this.
that's correct.
Okay. But we are told the city can run the lessons cheaper. They'd like to know how. They said staffing alone is more an hour. We don't pay these people to do the registration, as was just mentioned to that. We don't pay them to do any of those things. All those things mentioned, except for the teaching of the lessons, is done free. So as I know that volunteer committee is listening, can you tell me, based on their questions, if we're paying the lifeguards more and they do the registration free, how are we going to save money?
The difference in the model that the Niagara Falls Summer Swim Lesson has been operating with and with the city, they do hire a coordinator to run, to help run the lessons. They do have a paid coordinator as well as the board. We already have that position in place. We're already paying that individual. So we're not including those fees because that individual will be hired whether we run the lessons or not, because they help to supervise our lifeguards in the public swim. We also do not have the additional administration expenses that Niagara Falls Summer Swim Lesson has, because we already have the staff in place. So that will be reduced. And when we looked at the numbers that Niagara Falls Summer Swim Lesson had last year, we know that some of the classes were operating at a lower minimum than we would operate the class. We would ensure that we were breaking even on all of the lessons.
Councillor Ioannoni.
Still not getting either. Okay, so I'm going to ask the second half of the question that was emailed to me. They said their coordinator works 32 hours a week at $15 an hour. How are the two city staff that usually work 35 hours a week going to take on an extra 32 hours of work at roughly $19 an hour, if that's the right, I'm just reading it to you. If they can, how come they've been wasting time and money all these years?
To answer that question, we did go through a mini restructuring with our aquatics last year. We do have another full-time person that is involved, and it's part of her regular job, who is also taking this responsibility on. She's much more hands-on than staff have been in the past. In the past, the summer coordinator and assistant really took on the full responsibilities of the program, and we do have the full-time person that can assist them, and this is how we really feel that we can manage the program.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Chair, if I could just answer the last part of the question, this is a good point about how this has gone on year after year. I think it's case in point that this used to be viewed as a grant. It was always viewed as a grant. We continued year after year to just approve grants. A year ago, we made this a fee for service. And what our staff did, our staff went out and had the conversation with every single group on that fee for service list, asked them what they did. Is there a better way to do it? Can we do it cheaper? And that's exactly what you're faced with here. So if this had been on the grant list, we would not have been having this conversation today. So that's kind of how we've kind of come full circle on where we've evolved with these grants that we just year after year used to give out, and we really didn't have any true accountability for how that money was spent.
Okay, are there any other comments of council? If not, then we're looking for a motion with the report. Councillor Ioannoni.
Did I just hear our CAO say that we handed out grant money year after year after year with no accountability? I'm sorry. We both just said the same thing. Did he just say that?
Yes, because we had, in a grant process, you give out the money, and there's really no accountability for how that money's spent. On a fee-for-service, year after year, we're being able to determine that we got value for those services provided. And we're going to actually have a contractual arrangement with those groups to ensure they provide that service. Under a grant process, we deliberate here on these grants. If it's approved, the treasurer cuts a check, and that's the end of it.
We have no follow-up.
There is no follow-up. There was no process. It's a grant.
Okay. Well, then I'd make the motion to move staff's recommendation. Again, I'd be a hypocrite to keep it there, so I'd make that recommendation. And that group of volunteers who believe we were not getting the full information now will understand that we have.
Okay. I have a seconder by Councillor Ling. Any questions or comments to the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Next item is TS 2013-08, dealing with the parking rate review. I believe this is a follow-up from last meeting. Mr. Dren, did you want to introduce anything to council?
Basically, that's what I was going to introduce. That at the last meeting, our parking operations manager presented to council a rate stabilization plan that would help address our capital infrastructure needs within parking. At that meeting, council asked us to go back and have a look at the rates that we were proposing, and our manager did that. He went out and surveyed approximately 13 municipalities of similar nature, similar size, and similar operations. And what we're coming back with is a recommendation requesting that council approve the rates based on they're really the average rates of the survey, and we're asking council to approve the rates that are outlined in the report, and that these rates would be implemented over a 3-year period.
Were you surprised to know the rates of the Southern Ontario municipalities?
It was really, I think council summed it up at the last meeting, that we were coming back with what we thought council wanted in respect to trying to keep sort of closer to the hip with regards to how we address rates in the city, and that's really the way we've done it in the past. So for us to go out and do this, I think it's good homework, and I think it's something that we would continue to do in the future.
Okay. Councillor Morocco?
I'd make a recommendation to make a motion to move the recommendation of staff. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder at all to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Carrier. Any questions or comments at all to the motion? Councillor Gates?
Yeah, I've taken a look at the report, and when you go to some of the pages here, and it talks about, I'm just going to get to the right spot here. When we take a look at some of the ones that we own, on page 6, and it talks about area underutilized by the public, and there's a number of those that are underutilized, not utilized by the public, not utilized. And then you go to some of the other ones, which makes sense to me, is where they say lot fully leased, which is good, mostly leased with short-term pay, heavy use by the public, and these are lots 1, 2, 3, 4, heavy use by the public, and I wrote, and that's a tourist area, and I wrote a comment that maybe we should take a look at charging more down in the tourist area, because no matter what, more people are going to come. I mean, when I go out of town, I expect to pay more in a tourist area, and I took a look at a couple of special events that I thought that City Council got support behind, and they were really good with the walk and the crushed ice. But when you took a look at those events, parking, and I had this conversation with Councillor Carrier, parking went to $30 for the event. The casino was $50 for the event. So I think when people come into Niagara Falls, they would expect to pay, for parking. I think that's what we all do when we go somewhere. It might be a way that we can generate more revenue to offset some of the costs that we know that some of these other parking lots are not being utilized to help pay for the improvements there. So I think that's something that I think we should take a look at. And then when I take a look at the downtown lots, I'll go through a couple more before I get into downtown. Lot 7, it's where the police are over here. It's fully leased. Lot 8, 80% capacity, underutilized by the Lot 9. So I think we could take a look at the ones that are being fully utilized, some that are 80%. Maybe we can find out why they're only at 80%, maybe try and improve some of that. But I still think there's more of an opportunity, one, to raise more revenue so the taxpayers aren't paying to resurface the parking lots, and through, I think, the tourist sector mostly. And then I think on the downtown part, where we're recommending the downtown would go up, even though it's only 10 cents. This council, over a number of years, have spent a lot of money on the downtown area. And one thing that discourages people to go downtown is to pay for parking, because if you go to the Walmart Plaza or Niagara Square, they're not paying for parking. And I think that I think we should revisit that part of the city and say, okay, does it make sense to charge people more money to park downtown if we want more people to come downtown? So I think that we should have some more, my fellow councilors can agree or disagree, but I think we should have some dialogue around that. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to charge downtown more money, but I think we have an opportunity in the tourist sector, because it's been shown over and over again, particularly in the tourist sector, that people that are in the tourist sector, they expect to pay for parking. And I think it's supply and demand, I think, is how some of our fellow people talk about. And I think it's an opportunity to raise some more money. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask, just give me a second so I can, I think it's a fair question on my part, because I'm not sure. Maybe some of the other councillors have been here longer than me might know, but I don't. As far as parking, is that a core service? Somebody, I don't, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to figure that out.
I can answer that, Mr. Chair. It's not a core service. It's a parking system is at the discretion of council. This council, over the years, has made it part of their own core service. And one of the recommendations we had this year that came out of the budget deliberations, and Mr. Harrison spoke to it earlier, is we're presenting this year a completely separate parking budget. So it's an off-tax budget that'll be totally self-sustaining and won't impact the tax-rated part of our operation. So in that sense, it is standalone and it is self-sustaining, but certainly it is discretionary on this council.
No, and I understand that, because one of the reasons why we want to at least take a serious look at raising is so it pays for itself and it doesn't fall back onto the taxpayer. But I just, it was a question, because everything I go through here talks about core services, so I thought it was a fair question. And then the other thing is, when I take a look at some of these lots, and I guess again, this is a question I'm not sure, but I figure it's a fair question to ask. Have we taken a look at saying, well, you know what, it's not really worth the amount of use that it's getting. It's not worth for the city to hang on and spend more funds on parking lots that aren't being utilized at all. Is that an option for us to take a look at as a council in a time when we're looking to raise revenue for the city?
Through the chair, as part of my budget deliberation that I presented to council, I indicated one of the things that we would be doing this year is the rationalization study. So we are going to look at all the lots and come back to council and say, should we be keeping them, selling them, or what are we going to do with them?
Yeah, I saw that in a couple of the quotes in here, but I thought I'd ask just so the public can hear that it's being looked at. I think that's all I have, although I really think we should revisit the downtown one for sure, and the tourist area on maybe raising it to offset the money you're hoping to raise downtown.
Okay, are there any other comments then before I call the motion?
We read the motion?
The motion is the staff recommendation. It's the staff recommendation. Councillor Gates?
Could I make a friendly amendment that we revisit the amount we're charging the tourist sector and how much we're going to increase in the downtown to revisit that, or it's...
I'll just have to ask the mover and seconder if it's a friendly amendment. Friendly amendment to revisit the tourist area and the downtown. Okay. Mr. Arfita wants to speak.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a friendly amendment, but I would suggest that you could separate the motion, so take the bullets, maybe take out the bullet related to downtown and vote on that separately.
Okay, that's bullet number 1, right?
Well, there's 2 bullets. There's the one related to on-street downtown parking, which is in bullet 1, and
then there's one to
and
the
then
parking
there's the
lots?
one about the parking lots,
That's
which is
number
bullet 5.
5, and then you want to take out 4 as well? Doesn't 3 relate to it as well? Doesn't 3 relate to it as well? No?
No, 3 is related.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. So, perhaps I can ask the mover of the motion then.
The Chair, basically what you're just asking to do is to actually just go back and reduce the downtown parking rate and increase the tourism rate. I guess that's pretty much what everybody's in favor of. I'm fully support that. If that's the motion, then let's make that the motion.
Okay. Still have a seconder to that motion? Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Obviously, staff is going to have to come back with a future. Staff's going to have to come back with something. I think the gist of it is to pull bullet 1, 4, and 5 is what I hear anyway, and come back with some recommendation on those 2 areas.
Do you want to comment now, or?
I'm not sure. Mr. Dren?
I mean, I can give some historical reasoning behind some of the rates and so forth. And with respect to the tourist area, this is a municipal lot. There's a certain expectation with municipal lots. We don't compete with the private sector. We have a rate that is consistent all year long. There's rates charged accordingly. When you get closer to the falls, you have the Table Rock lot that is at $20 for the day, and when you get up on the hill, our municipal lots, and again I'm trying to compare apples and apples, are around $10. We don't fluctuate throughout the year. We keep it consistent because we offer a certain look to our municipal lots. They're all paved. They're well illuminated. They're secure. They're safe, and so we're not trying to look at that. What I might suggest is that we approve these rates and ask us to look at event rates, we can do that as well. When an event's happening in the city, we can raise the rate, so we can come back with a report. With the downtown, again, what we tried to do with that is trying to keep it with all business core areas will be a certain rate, tourist areas will be a certain rate, and hospitals will be a certain rate. So that's what we did as far as this report is concerned.
Okay, I do have a couple people that want to speak to it, but I mean, I don't know that we're actually going to solve it here tonight. I think we should actually defer it back to staff. I mean, there's a couple of the rates in here that are going to come back to us if we do this anyway. Main Street's going to complain to us. Chippewa's going to complain to us because Chippewa's rate is actually tied into the downtown rate. So if you decrease the downtown rate, you're automatically decreasing the Chippewa rate. I don't think we're going to solve it through a motion here tonight. So if the will of council is to actually change the recommendation that's here, then perhaps we should pass it back to staff for a different recommendation. Councilor Morocco.
Chair. First of all, there's a couple things. I actually, you know what, staff has taken a lot of time to put this together. I'd like to pass what we have here, and if there's some other alternatives that we can actually look at that make that another motion, to have them look into some other decrease and increase in other areas. One question that I do have to ask, Mr. Dren, is, you know, the lots that we have, are they self-sustaining? Like, the money that we're generating from there, are they actually paying for them to be upkept and the services and whatever? Is it self-sustaining?
Yes.
So if it,
what I indicated before is that we are going to come back with a report. There are lots that are definitely self-sustaining. There are lots associated with business areas that were put in, and I think this council has to understand historical nature of some of these lots. You know, so we're going to come back with a report that says what's self-sustaining, what's not, and the reason behind. A lot of these lots were purchased by the BIAs through an area of benefit. So we have to have discussions with the BIAs when we do this. So it's going to be a complete report that says here's the lots, here's what they make, here, and here's staff recommendation after consultation. So,
okay, because I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're paying for here is not going to be the burden on the taxpayer. I mean, there's a good bunch of senior citizens that actually are, you know, paying taxes and they're not using the lots, they don't drive, and I just want to make sure that if we're having these parking lots, that we are generating enough revenue that they're being self-sustaining.
I think Mr. Todd already said that that the parking budget is off of the tax roll. So does that mean that the original motion is still back on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak then to the motion? The motion is to approve the recommendation that's here in the report. Councilor Carrier.
I was happy with the recommendation that came in the report, Mr. Chairman. I was going to, on bullet number 5, I was going to ask Mr. Dren why only 10 cents in the downtown instead of the, why are we giving them that 10 cents instead of 25? Trying to get some equality in the different business districts. I mean, they're already subsidized very heavily. I don't know why we would not treat that district similar to what we're doing in the other districts. Why we would, I know they're struggling, but all the business districts in Niagara are struggling now.
Actually, the 10 cents an hour was for the parking lot. It's currently 65 cents an hour. And so what this would do is all the business district areas would go to 75 cents an hour. So that's what this is, just aligning it. So then the next year would kick in at 25, and then the third year would be at 25.
And I'm pretty happy with it. If we have a motion to accept the recommendation as is, I would make it or second it and leave it alone. The other thing that Mr. Dren said, a special events charge on the some of the lots is I think a good idea as well. That would be worth looking at. But I'm prepared to work on this as it is.
Yeah, perhaps in a separate motion. There is already a motion made by Councilor Morocco, seconded by yourself, to accept the recommendations that are in the report. Okay, I have Councilor Thompson that wishes to speak.
Yeah, I was happy with the report, mainly because for the first time it gives a substantial increase to offset the maintenance of the lots. And this is just the first step. There's suggestions that 13, 14, and 15 be additional increases to offset the problem. And the comment that it's self-sustaining, well, it pays for the commissionaires, it pays for the upkeep of the lots. But if you look at any of the pictures of some of the lots with the large holes, the asphalt broken up, it certainly doesn't sustain them. And hopefully the report that's coming in the future, looking at all the lots, will help us have a look at that and say, the ones that aren't being used, let's sell them and put the money into maintaining the other lots. But I think if you start tampering with one area over another, we're going to have all the areas in here requesting the same thing. So I like the way it is.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to approve the recommendation. If there aren't any other comments, then I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. The last report under the budget matters is F 2013-04, dealing with the municipal residential loan program update. And Mr. Harrison, did you want to introduce that one to council?
Certainly. Back in October,
Okay, thanks.
there was a report that was brought to council, and there was a motion regarding the limit on the residential loan program within the downtown CIP program. Staff is seeking clarification as to what the motion, the intention of the motion was. In the report, it outlines two implications of the motion. If the upper limit of the loans, which is something new when the program was established, there was no loan maximum, the total loans, and that seems to be what the motion had indicated. If that's the case, then effectively the program is limited until the existing loans are repaid because as outlined in the report. The second option is that since the actual true cost of the loan program is the debt servicing or the interest foregone, is that the intention of the motion, and that the future debt servicing amounts would be reduced against the loan, and that future loan applications would be considered as long as the reserve was not depleted. So that basically is the report, and we're seeking council clarification.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, come on up now.
The downtown BI wishes for council support option number 2 in this page. Really, the administrative cost of the CIP program is related to the carrying cost of the loan, which today we still have money left in the reserve. So, I mean, it is critical for the downtown to have this program. This is how we're attracting new businesses, landlords, fixing up their buildings. Up to today, it's been very successful. 55 grants have been approved, 5 loans have been approved. And the loans are being paid back. So, I mean, there's one issue that to report. Really, it would be contrary if we did go with option 1 because the program is intended to encourage a healthy balance downtown, and these are incentives that you give to people to bring new businesses downtown. Implementing a funding cap would discourage and confuse applicants because currently it's never had a problem. We do encourage that capital support option.
Okay. Any comments by council members? Councilor Carrier.
I have a question in the report, Mr. Chairman. Schedule 1, under the approved loans on Schedule 1.
Yes.
I'm glad that there's just addresses and no names because I'm not interested in the names, but is there are 3 loans that total almost $900,000. Is that just 3 properties? So is there a cap? My question, is there a cap on how much money that we loan to any individual property or any individual owner?
The capping, I believe, is $500,000, or it's $20,000 per residential unit.
Right.
To a maximum, we haven't received anything higher than $375,000 to date. But certainly, I don't believe that there is a capping on that. I'd have to check. Maybe Mr. Hurlovich would know better. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the upper limit caps. Definitely, as Mr. Harrison says, 20,000 per unit.
Per unit?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no cap at all? You don't think there's a cap on any property?
There's not a cap, but that's a loan that's paid back to the city.
But
the
there's
city's
no
on the hook for the
limit
interest.
There's no limit per owner or per unit?
I believe that it's $500,000. I'd have to reconfirm that, but off the top of my head, I believe it is.
Councilor Thompson?
Yeah, just following up the same question. We have in Schedule 1, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties there. Are they all separate ownership, or are they? What my concern would be that one person would have the opportunity to have several properties, and if we approve $600,000, you could have one person that would take advantage of it. And pardon me?
Or one entity, two different corporations or different number of companies.
Yeah, and my preference would certainly be like 20 people fixing up 3 or 4 apartments in each one of the buildings in the downtown area. I think that's a crucial question, and this is the first time I've seen this report laid out this way, and that's the first thing that came to my mind. Can anybody answer that question?
Not too sure, Mr. Harrison?
Off the top of my head, I can't say that the ownership is shared, or I'm not sure who all the individual owners are. If you recall, though, the way the CIP loan program works, these loan applications come in front of council. These have all been approved, and the ownership at the time has come forward. As you know, there's a couple of significant property owners in the downtown area who have invested a lot of money in these projects. But certainly, off the top of my head, I don't know. I could certainly bring that back and amend Schedule 1.
Councilor Carrier?
Well, I'd like to have it tabled until we could find out, because if it is, I'd like to know. And even though we do approve them, we don't keep a record. I don't keep a record of who we've approved or who we haven't approved. I would assume the city would do that. But I'd like to just have this tabled until we could see what the cap is. Nobody seems to be able to answer the question. And if it is per owner, so if someone could come down and say, borrow against one property and then under another company borrow against, if there's no cap, I'd like to know that before we continue, or before we chose between number 1 and number 2.
Certainly, we'll bring that forward. We'll amend Schedule.
I'd make a motion for deferral till we have that information.
Okay, I'll just wait till I take a secondary. I know the mayor wants to speak, and I know that Nem wants to.
Separate owners, so there's 3 owners in these 5 properties. I don't think that was the
Okay. Mr. Mayor, did you wish to make a comment?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chair, could we find out from staff so the cost to the city of these loans, they're fully repaid, but we cover the interest, but we split with the region, is that right? Mm-hmm. So what kind of rate are we looking at? What's the actual cost to the municipality? I ask that through you, Mr. Chair.
Well, the cost we are providing an interest-free loan, so we have an imputed rate of interest. The rate of interest that we've used on these loans is 4%, which, and so in Schedule 2, it shows each of these, because in this case we kind of act like a financial institution because we're lending. So when each of these properties are established, we would set up a repayment schedule based on when the program would start to be repaid. As you know, two of the properties of the 5 have started a repayment program. The other 3 have not been fully advanced. But in Schedule 2, you can see that the total imputed cost of interest is $174,000, of which we'd share half of that with the region. So our cost is about $87,000 on that loan, which is then reduced against the reserve.
So simply, is there a percentage? Can we put that to a percentage?
4%. I indicated that right now, based on current market rates, we're using 4% as the imputed interest rate.
So 4 split with the region?
Yes.
So it's effectively half of that?
Effectively 2%.
Okay, effectively 2%. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, it just seems to me this program, the whole idea that it was started, we've determined downtown as a CIP area, community improvement program is implemented in the area, and the whole idea is to revitalize it. And we've determined the best way to revitalize it is to have people living in that area. And this is an incentive, and it doesn't bother me if it's a few people or a whole bunch of people. If it is going to create units for people to live in the downtown, it's going to help the businesses in that area. It's going to help us eventually recover our property taxes in these vacant buildings. And I think the idea behind this, Mr. Chair, is to stimulate residential dwellings in the downtown. And I think that was the whole reason we did this. And it's open to anybody to invest in the downtown and take advantage of this. I think this isn't designed to help them. It's designed to help them to help us. We're trying to incent them to fix up these units in an area that's been left and get people living in that area. And I believe that is the whole goal of this program, and I support it being option number 2. Thank you. Okay, then, well, I don't want to, there was already, Mr. Kerr was already going to had a motion coming forward. I don't want to jump ahead of the queue.
Okay. I'll go back to Councillor Terrio then. Did you wish to put
The only
a motion
question that I
on the
wanted answered, Your Worship, is the cap. If we can answer the question, then we can proceed. If we can't answer the question, then I don't want to vote on this till I know the answer.
That's the cap per property that you want to know?
Yeah, per owner.
Okay.
What is the cap?
Is it, everyone sure? Is it, or is it?
I'm pretty, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that it's $500,000 maximum per property. Yeah, the calculation is $20,000 per unit up to a maximum of $500,000. If you recall, there is a CIP loan in the Main and Ferry that's been approved that hasn't been acted on because the project hasn't started. It's the Dr. Vaccaro's property. The units are much greater than the potential construction cost is much greater than $500,000, but it was capped out at $500,000. So I would suggest that it's pretty assured that we'd have the same cap for downtown.
If it helps you, Councillor Carey, you can always add that to the motion.
If we can add that to the motion. And if the cap is $500,000, we're talking about $300,000 more money, and the cap is $500, or if it's $900 and the cap is $500, the cap's way too high. It's not fair. Not fair to the number of businesses that may want to tap into the. There's only $900,000. Somebody taps in for $500, they're taking over 50% of the money. I just don't think that's. I don't think that's right.
No, the cap,
we should be lower.
Cap per property is $500,000, so that it's our exposure is limited to $500,000 per property.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they're going to eat up 500 of the 900. No.
Well, one's already in here for $375. So I even think that's excessive if we're going to spread this interest-free money around, or it's too high. My own opinion.
The program, the property that has a loan of $375,000 has a total cost, interest cost, of $75,000, of which the city's portion would be approximately $37,000. That's what the cost is of that loan. The cost is not the amount of money that we're loaning out, because that is a fully repayable loan. The cost is of that loan is $37,000.
It's the interest.
It's the interest. It's the imputed interest on that loan.
And that's what would come off the 600.
Coming forward, though, one of the things that we will be providing is every time there's one of these reports regarding the loans, we will be providing Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 so that council has an up-to-date amount of what these loans are, so that they're fully aware of who the owner is, the number of properties that that individual or that company may or may not own, and also the imputed interest cost of that project based on the estimate of when we advance the money.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Mr. Chair, then I would make the motion that we clarify our direction supporting option 2, but to a maximum limit of $500,000
per property.
Per property.
Okay. And a seconder, Councillor Mace.
I have a question in that regard too. If there's $600,000 left, it says approximate balance of $600,000. Does this mean somebody can tap into for $500,000 of it? That only leaves us $100,000 left for future development.
No, I think actually Council isn't really understanding how it works. If you go to Schedule 2 and you look at the column that says interest, the interest says $174,000. As Mr. Harrison has already pointed out, we share that with the region, so our cost there is roughly $87,500. That would be the amount that would come off the 600. Is that correct, Mr. Harrison?
So that's what would come off the 600,000?
That's what would come off the 600.
Okay.
So
there's two.
With that said, there's still $512,000 left in the fund.
So in effect, because you're approving at the time that a loan is approved, you're effectively approving the interest cost. So you're encumbering the reserve for the potential interest cost of that loan. So if you look at in option 2, you can see that the reserve balance right now, roughly at the end of the year, is about $600,000. The total interest cost on that is $174,000 based on the estimates of what we calculated. So our potential cost of that is half of that. Additionally, you gave away, you approved on January 8th CIP grants of approximately $70,000. So when you look at that, the value of the reserve is approximately $443,000. Going forward, every time there's a loan application or there's a grant application, the available money that is available for the program is $443,000. Even though the interest cost has not been incurred, it is to be incurred because that's what the cost would be on that loan. I'm not sure, Council.
Yeah, based on the $600,000, I mean, I don't know if Mr. Harrison has done any figures, but I mean, I would estimate that the downtown or the areas would be able to leverage at least $3 million. So it's not the $600,000 that's there in the fund. The $600,000 gets eaten up by interest.
But Councilor Peter Angelo, one of the things that we will be doing is going forward, every single report that comes forward with regards to both the grant program and the loan program, this chart will be showing that so that council is very comfortable with the amount that's remaining in the reserve. That's not a lot. Yeah.
So that you'll know how much is left in the fund. Okay, so everyone understands the motion. The motion on the floor is to approve option 2. If there isn't any other comments, then I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. If there isn't any new business for budget, then I'll turn it back to Mayor Diodati, and he can start tonight's proceeding.
All right, welcome back. We started our council meeting tonight at 5, and we just finished having Councillor Peter Angelo chair our budget, and now we're back into the regular scheduled part of the council meeting. So welcome back. And some of you are watching on Channel 10. Some now watch us on, I think it's 700. Is that the number? Anyone recall that number? High definition. So we're now looking at a makeup artist to help us with the high definition TVs. That's only a joke. There's no makeup artist. We're at the deputation and presentation portion of tonight's meeting, and next up we've got Women's Place of South Niagara Strikeout Violence Bowling Tournament. I understand we have 2 representatives here from Women's Place. Are we here? Yes? If you could please step up. I understand we've got Michael and Melissa. You can step up to the microphone and introduce yourself and your topic, and we welcome you here.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Dorschner, and
my name is Melissa.
Your Worship, Mayor Diodati and Council, I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about the 11th Annual Strikeout Violence Bowling Tournament to raise funds for Women's Place of South Niagara. The tournament is held annually in celebration of International Women's Day. In 2013, this year, the event will be held on Friday, March the 1st. At the same time, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your past support of this very important fundraiser and, of course, your support for all of our events. Before I begin, I would like to talk about some of the numbers that surround violence against women. In a one-year period spanning 2003-2004, more than 58,000 women and almost 37,000 children sought refuge at a shelter in Canada. On any given day, about 300 women and children will be referred elsewhere because their local shelter is full. 1 out of every 2 women in Canada has been physically or sexually assaulted. 21% of women are assaulted while pregnant. The average number of female victims of spousal homicide in Ontario each year is 25. More than 1 million children in Canada have witnessed violence in their own home. Children who witness violence at home, as we know, are more likely to grow up to be victims or offenders. Chilling statistics indeed. What do the numbers 1,937, 287, and 3 mean to you? 1,937, this is the number of crisis calls that Women's Place received last year. 287 is the number of women and children who were provided with safe shelter. And 3, this is the number of years that both of our shelters have been operating at or near capacity. As Women's Place of South Niagara is only partially funded by the Ministry of Community and Social Services, we are required to raise funds for the remaining portion through private donations, municipal support, and through events such as the Strikeout Violence Bowling Tournament. The event raised over $17,000 last year. All funds raised support both of our shelters for women and children and help us maintain the vital operations of our shelter and the programs that educate and counsel women. Without this event, we would not be able to continue to do this work. The Strikeout Violence Bowling Tournament is co-hosted by Women's Place and the Niagara Regional Police Service. The relationship between the police and Women's Place has grown tremendously over the years, as I'm sure you're very aware. We share a common goal, and that is to assist survivors of domestic violence and to work hard to ending this unacceptable occurrence in our communities. It is a natural fit for the police and Women's Place to work together to achieve this. This event, as I'm sure you know, gets bigger each year and is a testament of a caring community that I and Melissa are both excited to be a part of. The bowlers and sponsors represent a broad spectrum of our society: police, business, healthcare, activists, social workers, service clubs, politicians, and everyday caring people. Although this is an extremely fun and worthwhile event, I and the other volunteers who assist Women's Place look forward to the day when it will no longer be necessary to hold such an event. We are challenging all of the towns and cities in the region to take part in this event. The top team of the tournament will be presented with an award at the dinner reception held at Club Italia immediately following bowling. Will the Mayor and City Councillors of Niagara Falls and the staff at City Hall participate in this tournament on Friday, March 1st, 2013 in support of Women's Place of South Niagara? I know I have a positive response to that. On behalf of Women's Place, the Strikeout Violence Bowling Tournament Committee, and the hundreds of clients that Women's Place services, we thank you for your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Was there anything more to add?
We just have the flyers for all the councilors.
Now, traditionally, this council has participated in this tournament, so I look for some comments from council. Councillor Maves.
Certainly enjoyed it last year. Looking forward to bowling again this year. I'm sure that Councillor Gates is ready to go, as you are, Mr. Mayor. And of course, our fire chief, I think he had our #1 score, and our Mr. Todd also found out he was an excellent bowler too. So it's a fun day and certainly a great cause. So I'm willing to make that motion. The city puts in a team.
Okay, motion by Councillor Maves, seconded by Councillor Gates that the city sponsor a team, and of course put our challenge to once again take on the staff, and I'm sure it'll be a very exciting time, just as last year. We've got any other discussion around the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's a unanimous vote. We're looking forward to putting in our team, and just make sure we're on the lane right next to staff, because we're looking forward to that challenge.
We'll make sure that happens, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, with a similar theme, is Big Brothers Big Sisters Bowl for Kids' Sake. It's a very special year for their fundraiser, and we welcome our Executive Director, Mr. John Brathwaite, and if you'd please come forward and tell us what you're up to.
Thank you, Mayor Diodati and members of council. Are we setting a record for a number of bowling fundraisers presented to council on the same night? I don't know. But it's great to see our friends at Women's Place as well. I know that's been very successful for them. As well, our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake has been very successful to our organization. I just wanted to share with you a little story. About 9 years ago, I was matched with Alex. He was in grade 3 at a school in Niagara Falls, and when I was first matched with him, he was a quiet kid, wasn't doing well academically, was on all kinds of extra programs to try and improve his academic success. Whenever I talked to him about friends and his social life, the only person he really had in his life socially was his younger brother. He wasn't involved at school at all, and as a result, he suffered from bullying, and we talked about that quite a bit. And I've been matched with him since he was in grade 3, and so you fast forward to now, and I see a boy that has many friends at school, is involved with the Eco Club at his school. He is involved with the AV Club at his school. He's got so many friends, sometimes I can't keep track of who's who. He's been on, and this is the proudest thing for me, been on the Principal's Honor Roll for his first 2 years of high school. And he's quite a successful young man. Now, did that ever have, in-school mentoring have everything to do with that? I don't know. But I know that it did have an impact. And I do know that every year, for a program that usually lasts until grade 8, when we get to about this time of year, I've got Alex saying, so you're going to come back next year? And there's very few relationships like this that last well into the high school years. So I do know that it's having an impact on his life. And I do know that there are hundreds and hundreds of these similar relationships happening across Niagara Falls, across Niagara, and across the country. This year marks 100 years of mentoring programs in Canada. Big Brothers Big Sisters of Canada is celebrating this across the country. We've got all kinds of fun stuff planned. But one of the things that they did leading up to this was they created probably the largest study of its kind in the history of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Canada, and they did a 5-year study. So over 1,000 kids from 39 agencies, including Niagara Falls Agency, followed children from the time that they were matched for the next 5 years. And they really wanted to determine what are the benefits of our mentoring programs. And we weren't surprised by the findings, but they were still really astounding. Among their findings were that girls matched with a big sister were 4 times less likely to bully, fight, or lie than girls without a mentor. Boys with a big brother are 3 times less likely than boys with a mentor, to suffer from peer pressure-related anxiety. Girls with a big sister are 2.5 times more likely than girls without a mentor to be confident in their ability to be successful at school. And mentor boys are twice as likely to believe that school is fun and that doing well academically is important. I know these are all attributes that we wish on our own children and all of the children that attend school in our community, because we know that these attributes are going to lead to successful citizens going forward. And so that's why Big Brothers Big Sisters is so important for the kids in our communities. Really what it boils down to is that kids with a mentor are more confident with their academic abilities and considerably less likely to display behavioral problems. At our agency here in Niagara Falls, over 400 children are matched annually throughout our many programs. That means 400 children that are going to have the opportunity to reach more of their potential because of their involvement with a volunteer mentor. At Big Brothers Big Sisters, we have to fundraise over 70% of our annual operating budget, and our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake is our most important fundraiser every year. This year it's taking place on Saturday, February 23rd at Cataract Lanes, and we're looking for your help to help ensure his success. I know in years past we're very grateful for the teams that our City Council has put forward, and we're also very thankful for our Mayor for joining us at our regional kickoff every year. It's really great to have a voice from Niagara Falls, and I hope that you'll join us again this year. One of the things that we're doing this year, as you know, there's a theme every year, and if you go to our Facebook page, you can see our theme with our staff. We all got our photos taken in our various pirate outfits because we're going with a pirate theme this year, so it's going to be a lot of fun. As an added bonus, and I know this would be of real interest to you, Mayor Diodati, is that everybody who raises $100 is going to have a chance to win tickets to see Stratford's own Justin Bieber. And so I know you're going to be gunning for that prize, for sure. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we can count on you to help us out yet again, and help us help the young people of Niagara Falls.
February 23rd. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Braithwaite. Again, this is one of the traditional events. It's your 100th anniversary. It was a great event that you had in St. Catharines, and traditionally we've always challenged Port Colborne City Council, and last year they lost the bet. We won the tournament, and they had to put these pom-poms on their bowling shoes. So this year we're looking at a more interesting challenge, and we won't talk about that right now.
You stepped it up, that's all.
We stepped it up. We'll just leave it at that. And that we're going to put our money where our mouth is. So we're looking for a motion from Council to support. We've got Councillor Morocco and seconded by Councillor Gates that we put a team in to support you on Saturday, February the 23rd. Any discussion of the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and it's also unanimous. So we're 2 for 2 on bowling tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll look forward to the tournament. All right, thank you. All right, moving along. The next item on the agenda, and I'm sure a few of you are here, for subject number CAO 2013-01 Battlefield School Property Update. I'll start with the City Clerk to introduce the item, and then I'll go to our CAO to help me bring it forward.
Yes, Your Worship. We're bringing back the item on the Battlefield School property. There was a public meeting under the Planning Act back in April of 2012. Tonight's meeting is not a meeting under the Planning Act, so we're not following the normal script that we have. However, there are various interested stakeholders in this matter, so we're suggesting a bit of a script as far as order. Mr. Todd will make a presentation with regard to the city staff report first. Then we're suggesting that the Friends of Lundy's Lane Battlefield is represented by Mr. Vaca this evening, and Donald Graves speaks second. Stamford Kiwanis, represented by Mr. John Prentice, speak after that. Mr. Michael Allen will speak on behalf of Morgan Funeral Home, and then after that point, opening it up to the gallery. For example, Jock Ainsley has requested to speak. Possibly the proponents for the Lundy's Lane Gateway may wish to speak, and then if there's anybody else in the gallery who wishes to speak to the matter, they can speak at that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And just before we do get started, I'd like to acknowledge we have our MPP, Mr. Kim Crater, in the gallery. Welcome, Kim. Good to have you here. And former City Councilor Shirley Fisher as well. Shirley, thank you for being here. All right, we'll ask our CAO, Mr. Todd, if he would start the process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to put this item, and there's a number of people here for this item tonight, but I just want to put it in some context as to where we've been. And I start off by saying that on this site, and many of you know, it's the site of the Battlefield School. It's a site that's had 2 schools in its existence. First, the former Barker Street School, that I think dates back to the late 1800s, and more recently the Battlefield School. This property became surplus to the Niagara District School Board when they announced sometime in 2011 that the school would be declared surplus. We then, as a council, pursued that with the school board in an attempt to actually have the school board give us the property for $1. We approached the school board. They had an appraisal on the site of $1.2 million, and ultimately we were not able to convince them to turn the property over. It was dealt by with the school board trustees. We had to enter into a negotiations to purchase the property, and ultimately we purchased the property for $900,000. The context that was put into when we presented it to the council at the time is that we felt that if we could acquire the property and forge several partnerships, we could preserve approximately 2 acres of the site in its natural state, which is the schoolyard, and retrofit the existing building, which is the Battlefield School, in a partnership with Kiwanis Club to turn the building into seniors apartments, and also enter into a partnership with an abutting commercial venture, the Morrison Sons Funeral Home, that desired to expand some of the parking along the easterly part of the boundary. We refer to it in our report as option number 1, and that option sees a financial output. I think there's a map showing it, but we estimate the cost of preserving that approximately 2 acres of land at a net cost to the city of about $100,000. What's constant through all of this is a generous donation from the E.S. Fox Corporation, Spencer Fox, who, after reading about this in the property, in the paper, and our dilemma with the school board, stepped forward and indicated that he would provide $250,000 to us as a part of the donation towards the purchase of the property. So that amount of money is constant throughout all options. So you can see under this option, we retain about 2 acres of property. Again, that's pretty much the schoolyard in its existence today, and the net cost to the city is about $100,000. That would generate us somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000 a year in property tax that would go towards the Kiwanis venture with the seniors apartment. I think there's a map showing what that option looks like. It would include selling a portion of the easterly property to Morrison Sons Funeral Home. We retain to the north the part in yellow, if you can see that, is our existing municipal parking lot, which would be incorporated into this design. The area in red is the part we would remain. We are going to incorporate that into the existing battlefield, which is predominantly comprised of the Drummond Hill Cemetery lands, and also joining then through that over to the lands that we own on the Redmond property across the street. The part in purple under this option would be what we would sell to the Kiwanis Club, which again would be retrofitted into approximately 30 senior apartments within that building. The other options that we're putting forward, and that continues to be, for everybody in the audience and council, that continues to be our preferred recommendation from a staff level, simply because that was the first proposal that we put forward to this council, and our position remains unchanged. There are, however, other options for council's consideration. Option 2, and these are all just variations on how we divvy the parcel up. So this option, if you want to go to the map, it's probably easier, or perhaps to the Dean, if you could just go to this option again would see we would not sell land on the easterly side to the funeral home. We would continue with our sale of the property of the Kiwanis. That would leave us a little bit larger property of the existing schoolyard, but our net cost on this would be somewhere in around the $200,000 range, and we still would see about $25,000 to $30,000 a year in property tax. Option number 3, again additional option for council, would see us taking the easterly portion of the property and selling that to the funeral home, and this option would see us demolishing the school and having our parking lot at the north end. And this option, if you go to the next slide, this would see approximately 3.6 acres of parkland, and our net cost would be about $850,000. We estimate, and it's just an estimate, throughout these options, we've set the demolition cost for the school to be approximately $300,000. Our guess is that that could range anywhere between $250,000 and $350,000. We just for the demonstration of these options, kept it constant at $300,000. So that option's about $850,000. Option 4, and option 4 is when we get into dealing with the lease that the Friends of the Battlefield are requesting, and we would be leasing that entire parcel in whatever you call that color, in yellow. And our understanding tonight, and there's going to be a presentation of it, our understanding tonight is that the Friends are going to be asking, I believe, for a 10-year lease on the property. Originally, it was requested at 5 years, and this is what this option would look like. Now, under the financial options with option 4, This option, again, the purchase price of $900,000. The demolition cost, again, would be constant at $300,000. Originally, when the Friends came to council about 9 months ago, and this matter was deferred, it was deferred to allow the Friends to take that 6-month period to raise $450,000. We're back here. It's about 9 months since we've last reported. So in this option, we're still holding the Friends to the $450,000 commitment. Again, we look at the parking sale to the funeral home, the donation from Fox, and this puts this estimate at about $400,000 cost to the city. Option 5 is we basically say we're not selling any of the land to anybody. We then, as a city, would go and demolish the school. We would not enter into any lease with the Friends. We would just say we're going to demolish the school and take the donation from ES Fox. If you go back to the financial part on this, that puts our net cost at about $950,000. So each of the options outlines what the financial ramifications are, and it gives you a little bit of a view, Mr. Mayor, as to what the acreages are. Under our preferred option, about 2 acres has remained in its current state as a schoolyard. Under the last option, option 5, it would retain the entire acreage, which I believe is just a little bit over 4 acres. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the presentation. I'm certainly willing to answer any questions, or after the presentations are made, I can certainly help provide any further clarification.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Are there any questions of council for CAO at this point? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move forward through the list that was outlined by our city clerk. First on the agenda, we're going to ask representing the Friends of Lundy's Lane Battlefield, Rocky Vaca and Donald Graves, if they would come forward.
Good evening, worship, members of council. First off, let me begin by saying that the Friends of the Lundy's Lane Battlefield is an organization created in 1995 and is registered as a public foundation. The foundation has had a history of working together with the city and other groups to fundraise, preserve, protect, and commemorate the Lundy's Lane Battlefield and the War of 1812. The foundation is not going away. It remains ready, willing, and able to work with the city and other groups in the future to protect and preserve the battlefield lands for future generations. We know that to preserve and protect is also the goal of the city. That's why you acquired this property. That action in acquiring the property was and remains very much appreciated by my client. We also know that at the end of the day, the city's fiscal position plays a role in this decision like it does in every decision, but it should not play the only role. As Mr. Todd has laid out for you, the recommendation report has 5 options. Staff has included a detailed financial analysis of each option and has also detailed additional tax revenue if the Kiwanis Club is allowed to redevelop the property. However, the report does not include an analysis of the economic benefits of developing the lands as a heritage tourism site or an analysis of the benefits of preserving a site of national historical significance. In your package, you will have received a letter from the Tourism Partnership of Niagara, otherwise known as our RTO. Their letter fully supports my client's proposal to attract domestic and U.S. visitors to our region. In your package, you also will have received a letter from the Main and Ferry BIA. In the letter, they state that they support a park, in quotation marks, where our city and visitors from all over the world can pay their respects to the freedom we enjoy today. You've also received letters of support from the Lundy's Lane Historical Society, the Willoughby Historical Society, and the Village of Chippewa Citizens Committee. It's largely recognized that U.S. visitation to the city determines, for the most part, whether our tourism industry has a good season or a bad season. The proposed park, as illustrated on the screen, commemorates the U.S. position during the climactic battle of the war. Accordingly, the park will be a stimulus for greater U.S. visitation. Mayor John Grodzinski has submitted a written presentation confirming that in the past he has conducted battlefield tours attended by over 3,500 people. In each case, this resulted in 2 to 3 night stays in hotels, 3 days of eating and shopping in local establishments. This tourism activity will only increase if this project proceeds. The additional tax revenue of $25,000 to $30,000 per year, if the building is converted to apartments, with all due respect, pales in comparison to the tourism dollars this project will generate annually. Now, in contrast to the report before you this evening, there have been previous reports and statements by city officials which have put more of a focus on preservation than on cost to the city. On November 19, 2011, Report PD 2011-79, you dealt with the report dealing with the response to the school board in regards to the Battlefield School property. It states in the report, as a valuable heritage site, it is believed that every effort possible should be made to protect the Battlefield property. In the summary, it stated that the acquisition of the Battlefield School land by the city will not only protect the original site upon which the Battle of Lundy's Lane was fought in 1814, but also provide a central open space area that may be developed as a desired tourist attraction within the historic Drummondville area. In the Vancouver Sun on December 14, 2011, there was an article entitled "Ontario Mayor Fights to Save Blood-Soaked Battlefield from Development." In that article, Mayor Diodati is quoted as saying, "We're definitely going to pursue all avenues. This is part of our national heritage. It's why we don't play the Star-Spangled Banner, why Canada is Canada." I couldn't have said any better than myself. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Donald Graves, a prominent military historian, and without exception, the expert on the War of 1812, and specifically the 1814 Battle of Lundy's Lane, subjects on which he has written numerous books. Once Mr. Graves concludes his remarks, I will make some final comments and tell you exactly what my client's preference is in terms of the action we'd like you to take this evening. Mr. Graves?
Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, honorable members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Donald Graves, and I have come from Ottawa to speak tonight on behalf of the Friends of the Lundy's Lane Battlefield. This is actually the second time I've had the privilege of addressing this group. The first time was 20 years ago, and I spoke in favor of the preservation of the battlefield at Chippewa, which lies within the boundaries of this city, the southern extent. Chippewa is now an historic site managed by the Niagara Parks Commission. By way of introduction, I'm a military historian who has written or edited 8 full-length books on the War of 1812 and many articles. I've been the historical advisor for 5 TV documentaries about the war, including the most recent released by the PBS last year. I sit on the Minister of Canadian Heritage's Advisory Council on the bicentennial of the war, and for my sins, I'm the only non-American member on the U.S. Secretary of the Interior's Scholarly Advisory Committee on Revolutionary War and War of 1812 battlefields. You might say I know a little bit about the subject. I have a great personal interest in the Battle of Lundy's Lane, as it formed the subject of my first book, which I have here tonight. Where Right and Glory Lead. This was published in 1993 and is still in print today. It's selling, to my great amazement, very well. Although it is very difficult for historians to be brief, and only too often we're long-winded gas bags, I promise not to inflict a history lesson on you. Let us just say that in the early evening of 25 July 1814, An American army of about 3,000 men fought a British-Canadian army of about 3,500 men in and around Drummond Hill in this city. It was a vicious and bloody engagement and went on into the dark, which is a very rare thing at that period. When it was over, 1,600 men lay dead and dying around Drummond Hill. Lundy's Lane was the second bloodiest battle of the War of 1812 and the second bloodiest battle fought in what is now Canadian soil. The fighting took place in quite a broad area of what is now Niagara Falls, but the most intense combat occurred in the area bounded by Barker Street, Drummond Avenue, Lundy's Lane, and Main Street, and some areas immediately adjacent to that perimeter. The property under discussion tonight is north of Barker Street, which in 1814 was a farm lane running east-west from Main Street, and Main Street at that time was known as the Portage Road. The area of the battlefield school was a forming up position for two major American attacks on the hill, including a successful attack which led to the capture of the British artillery. The open area north of the school today is the area through which the Americans advanced to get to the hill. After 1814, the battlefield was very quickly overrun by urban expansion. Drawings done as early as the 1830s show an impressive array of buildings, both residential and commercial, around Drummond Hill. The cemetery itself was expanded to 4 times its 1814 size. But in recent years, there's been an attempt to reassimilate some of the original battlefield as part of the National Historic Site. This is a National Historic Site. Let us not forget that. For example, the former Holman property south of the cemetery was joined to it, and the Redmond properties north of Lundy's Lane is also being preserved as part of the battlefield site. And now, even as we commemorate the bicentennial of the War of 1812, there's an opportunity here to reassimilate a fairly large piece of the original battlefield on the east side of the cemetery. And now I've seen the preliminary plans, was shown here earlier, of the Friends of the Battlefield, and I approve them. I think that their plans, if carried out, will mean that this city will not only have a major heritage site within its downtown core, will also have a very practical and attractive urban park. And we must not forget that heritage is one of the fastest growing aspects of the tourism industry. Create a major site within the city and you will attract visitors. Toward that end, I think the Friends Group's plans to honor the Underground Railroad, the American presence of the battle, and the women who lived during the war will only add to the site's attraction. In 2013, nearly 2 centuries after the battle took place, the city of Niagara Falls has a superb opportunity to commemorate a National Historic event. The Battle of Lundy's Lane is not just a local matter, it is a National Heritage Site. The city has the stewardship of this site. If the council will allow the property under discussion to be added to the Lundy's Lane National Historic Site, it will be a legacy, I believe, the future generations will look to, honor, and remember. Thank you. And I will answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Are there any questions of Mr. Graves of council? Okay, thank you very much. That was fairly brief. That was good. Thank you for his story.
I tried it.
That was good.
My teacher would like history much better.
So, members of council, your worship, you have a very difficult decision to make this evening. There are a number of parties who have conflicting interests. Respectfully, here's how I suggest you weigh those conflicting interests. The first party is the Kiwanis Club, an excellent, long-standing service club that has done a lot of good in the city over the years. They want to develop an apartment building. But the question I ask you is the Battlefield School building the only place this can be done in the city? The answer is no. There are a number of buildings in the city that can be redeveloped for that purpose. Second party is the Morrison Son Funeral Home. they need to expand their parking lot. No one is going to argue that there's no need for additional parking for that business. Question for you. Is that portion of the Battlefield site abutting its property the only available area to expand its parking? Arguably, yes. It appears to be the only available and viable option. As a whole, is this area they wish to acquire of primary or secondary historical significance? My client believes that the Battlefield School building and the lands abutting the cemetery are the most important to preserve. The lands in question which Morris & Son wishes to acquire are to a somewhat of a lesser degree in significance in the grand scheme of things. The third party is my client. They want to commemorate the 1814 Battle of Lundy's Lane, specifically the U.S. position and experience with the upcoming bicentennial next year. This can only be done on these lands, and primarily on the lands upon which the building is located. There are no other options. This proposed use of land by my client would be for a significant national purpose, not purely for a local purpose, such as housing. Of the 5 options laid out in the report, options 1 and 2 are unacceptable outcomes for my client, as a school building would be used for housing as opposed to being demolished and preserved as the path used by the U.S. soldiers to assemble and charge up the hill into battle. Options 3, 4, and 5 could each work, provided that the city enter into a 10-year lease with my client. Why 10 years? Well, a minimum of a 10-year lease is required in order for my client to be eligible for funding under the Building Communities through Arts and Heritage Program. This program is a matching program up to $500,000. The costs incurred by the city could be relied upon for matching purposes. Now, on the issue of a lease, a 10-year lease is what we're requesting. It's important to note that the concept of a lease of the lands to my client was already endorsed by council by resolution passed on July 24th, 2012. The end of the resolution states, therefore be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls offer its willingness to provide a landlord authorization for the Lundy's Lane Battlefield Commemorative Park. What remains to be endorsed is the length of the term of the lease. Now, your solicitor sent over a couple of emails yesterday asking some questions in terms of if we gave you a 10-year lease, how quickly would you deal with getting the funding, demolishing, etc. We can go on record that demolition of the building would proceed as soon as funding was received, or the funding could be used to reimburse the city for its demolition costs should the city choose to demolish the building. With respect to the proposed sale to Morris & Son, I cannot publicly say that our client would support same, but by the same token, our client would not stand here and object to same. We recognize that this would assist the business in solving its parking issues and would allow the city to recover $100,000 of its costs. Finally, on the issue of cost to the city, as Mr. Todd indicated, option 1 would be the least expensive option for the city. It would cost the city $100,000. The option my client will not object to, which serves the purpose of Morris & Son and allows the city to recover $100,000 of its costs, as long as a 10-year lease is provided to my client, is option 3. Option 3 would involve a cost to the city of $850,000. So the difference between option 1 and option 3 is $750,000. If funding is received from the program up to $500,000, then the net cost to the city would be $250,000 to preserve this nationally significant site. In addition to the cost analysis set out in the staff report, we would ask that you consider other cost analyses which focus on the historical importance of the site to our country. If you break down the cost versus the 200 years of history that you're preserving, ignoring the substantial tourism dollars the project will generate, at $750,000, you're spending $3,750 per year to preserve 200 years of history. If the final cost is $250,000, because we're able to secure $500,000 in funding, if we apply that over 200 years, your cost is $1,250 per year. Another way of looking at it, if we look at the number of soldiers who died in battle, as Mr. Graves indicated, I believe it was 1,600 soldiers. If we apply the costs involved, we're looking at anywhere from $55,000 to one-third of $55,000 per soldier. When you look at it this way, it's a small price to pay to preserve the most important historical site in the city, a site of national interest and significance, which will be celebrating its bicentennial next year. The fate of this property is in your hands. There's no best 2 out of 3 scenario here, no second chance, no chance at a do-over. You have only one chance to get this right, just like the British soldiers had only one chance to get it right in the 1814 Battle of Lundy's Lane. Thankfully, they did get it right. The best way for you and this community to show our thanks is to protect and preserve these lands for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions of Mr. Vaca? All right. Councilor Morocco.
No, I don't have a question
Okay.
there, but I do have a question of staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Vaca actually indicated that we approved a lease. Can somebody... It was a 6-month lease. I just wanted time.
Maybe we get clarification from staff on that lease. I'm not sure who can help me out with that. Mr. Beeman?
I don't think the lease was actually approved. We were instructed to explore one. It would have to be set before to approve the actual wording and so on of the lease. One of the things I've been discussing with Mr. Vaca is what sort of arrangements would be made dealing with the building during the period of time while the group is raising money.
Okay. No, Mr. Beeman, I just wanted to make sure that we do not have an agreement on a long-term lease other than a few months. There is no agreement at all. Just a 6 months.
Well, there was no commitment of any kind to do with land use.
Okay.
We just simply delayed things so that there could be discussions.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, I don't have any questions either. I just want to make a comment. I just want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with the comments that Mr. Vaca put forward. I've said from day one in this process that I just can't fathom a municipality that would actually buy a nationally historic battle site and then cut it up and then sell it off in pieces. And that's my position. I mean, you know, about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, the Optimist Club went up for sale. And I can't imagine how criticized we would be if we would have bought that property and then cut it up and then sold it off to different people that wanted it. And I don't see the scenario being any different here. I think that the municipality has a responsibility. We purchased the land now, and I think that we have to keep it in its entirety. That's my position.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move along to the Stamford Kiwanis, and we've got right now, sir. We can put you'll have a chance to speak afterwards. We've got some prearranged speakers. So next up, we have Stamford Kiwanis. John Prentice is here. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Stamford Kiwanis is still interested in the apartment building. I think, if my memory serves right, we sort of helped make all this possible by helping the city be able to purchase that property by us committing to buy the school building. We still like that location. It's close to public transportation. It's close to grocery shopping and other stores and restaurants. And one of the most important things, it was a school built not all that long ago and built at the time as an open concept. So you have very strong outer walls, no walls on the inside, which would allow us to have a second floor at a very attractive cost, and would allow us to increase the size to about 30 units, as already mentioned. there isn't much more we can say. We have a long history. We almost have 80 units that we presently look after. They're geared to income. This one will not be geared to income, but because we're a nonprofit organization, hopefully the rents will be attractive, and it is meant for seniors.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there questions of council for Mr. Prentice? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, representing Morgan Funeral Home, I believe we have Michael Allen here to speak.
Thank you. Your Worship, members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening on behalf of Mr. Morgan, the Morgan family of Morrison and Son Funeral Home. Obviously, we are in support of a council decision this evening that would allow the portion of the land to be severed and sold to the Morgan family to allow them to expand their parking area. When we began preliminary discussions with the city regarding this transaction, we all concurred that the parking expansion, the design, along with what the city would be proposing for the park area, would be very integral in connecting the historical area, the parkland area, to the Main Street and to the market area beyond. What we would classify as a very good private-public partnership for the betterment of personal business and the community at large. Now, in reflecting on the historical significance of the matter this evening, I feel it is equally important to understand and consider the historical relevance of Morrison and Son to our community, notably the oldest funeral home in Canada. The Morris family established roots in Niagara, formerly Drummondville, in 1821, establishing their business at the current location as we know it today. In 1826, Mr. Morris acquired the entire land that we're discussing this evening. The funeral home and the Morris family spanned over 4 generations of outstanding tradition and community service. Notably, the funeral home was purchased by Mr. Morgan, the Morgan family, in 1971. And to date, 2 generations of the Morgan family have continued this outstanding community service, what I would deem a strong fixture to the community itself. Now, in 1947, approximately 1.5 acres of the Morris property was severed and transferred to the Barker Street School, to what we now know today as the Battlefield School playgrounds. Again, the area that we're in discussion tonight. As the market needs continue to grow and change for every business, as it was noted, the Morgan family currently see the necessity to improve their parking facility so that they can improve the service that they offer their clients, families, the visitors, and the community itself. Rather than seeking out new property on which to develop a more efficient funeral home with larger parking facilities, we believe that establishing a solution at the current historical location is a solution that will have long-lasting positive impacts on the community itself. The portion of land that Mr. Morgan is interested in, we believe, is not considered a significant area with respect to the related battlefield area that is in discussion this evening. Nor do we believe that either parties involved have any objections to transferring this portion to the Morgan family. However, this area that the Morgan family is interested in acquiring is significant in allowing the Morris family to continue providing their long-standing tradition and community service, by allowing them to maintain the oldest funeral home in Canada, not a tourist attraction by any means, but certainly a great attribute to the city of Niagara Falls. It will also have great significance allowing the community itself to grow. So in closing, and I wanted to be brief because I know you've got a big decision ahead of you, whatever option or timeline that you as council wish to move forward with, I respectfully ask on behalf of the Morgan family that you consider the decision that will allow that portion of land to be severed and sold to the Morgan family so that they can certainly maintain their community service that they've been providing over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Allen, of council? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
we are going to open the gallery. I do have 2 speakers on the list as of this moment. All we would ask is we don't want to have everyone repeating the same message. If you have something different, please feel free to step forward, and we'll one at a time give you an opportunity to speak. There is a limit of 10 minutes. We're hoping that you're not going to take advantage of that. And first off, I've got on the list here, I've got Jock Ainsley, and then I've got either Don Jackson or Gord West. So Jock, if you'd like to step forward.
Your Worship, members of council, staff, and fellow citizens. Just so we don't have any senior moments, I'm just going to read. I come before you today as a heritage-minded citizen who has been working for close to 15 years, both on my own and on various groups, to develop the full potential of the Battle of Lundy's Lane Park to bring to life the history that produced our country of Canada. In neglecting our history, we stand alone among the world's civilized countries. When you visit the U.S. and overseas, it is the historical sites that steadily draw not only the tourists, but the locals too. My hope is to do that here. In this, we have 2 considerable advantages over other municipalities: the Falls and the new addition to our History Museum, with its ability to tell the story of why we are Canada. Now, apparently it is not known by many here what vast sums the American battlefield tourists spend in visiting the sites of major battles where their troops have fought. An average of $20 million yearly to each of the nearby towns, ranging from the huge Gettysburg site to communities smaller than ours. If we develop the park in the best way and open up the lower battlefield through the school site, where the American half of the battlefield lay, we will not only tap into this new tourist potential, but be protecting this hugely important part of our history. It was, I am sure, providential that last year the Kiwanis proposed the seniors' apartments for the school site, for otherwise the school board would have sold it for commercial development. We thank them for that. Of what importance is history when balanced books are the rule? Fortunately, the Kiwanis are easily able to move their plans for senior apartments to any one of a number of other empty schools or buildings in the city, thereby securing the resultant $25,000 to $30,000 per year in tax money for our city. It is, however, impossible to move the site of the battle. That's history. Realizing the importance of the battle to our country's beginnings, it does seem a bit preposterous that a small group of Niagara citizens, the Friends of the Lundy's Lane battlefield, should have to gather on their own the necessary funds to save this jewel of Canada's history for the coming generations. There are funds out there. When you see the wonderful generosity of the local E.S. Fox firm in donating $250,000 to protect the site from commercial intrusion. There must be other local firms who would do likewise under the city's auspices if they knew it would save this cornerstone of our history. Sadly, just a few years ago, such properties as the battlefield were transferred from one government agency to another for $1. We all missed the boat on that opportunity. Now, one would like to think that a tourist industry that can raise $750,000 for a 3-day crashed ice event would be more than glad to do likewise to entice tourists here for a permanent attraction. It would certainly be to their benefit. So far, the 3 levels of government have supported magnificently to the tune of $12 million the super new addition to the Niagara Falls History Museum, which will have the latest in audio-visual technology to introduce the history and significance of the July 25th, 1814 Battle of Lundy's Lane to Canadian school students and American battlefield tourists, before sending them a short walk up the street to the battlefield itself. Also in the works is another significant yet smaller expenditure for the construction of the Gateway Project on Drummond Hill to direct our visitors to where the battle took place. And you can imagine how disappointing it would be to arrive on the battlefield site. Have you got the... There's about 3 pictures. You can flip them up around there. It would be to arrive on the battlefield and be confronted with the backside of an apartment building with its attendant car park, taking up fully 50% of the lower battlefield and overpowering the viewscapes from every angle wherever you stand. One visit to the site, and I urge you all to do so, will show how the school dominates the scene. And the seniors' apartments would occupy the key staging area of the American 21st Infantry before they rushed to the hilltop in the dark and smoke to seize the British guns. One must decide whether the battlefield park is laid out for the apartment dwellers or for the thousands of tourists year by year keen to see the battle site. Every battle has two sides. The British Canadian militia and the native Aboriginal troops occupied the higher ground to the west and north. The Americans occupied the lower, what is now the school and its playground, to the east and south. If the seniors' apartments were allowed to be the lower battlefield, and after all the upper battlefield is basically cemetery, would consist of a ridiculously tiny plot of land almost completely landlocked, which could never constitute a successful Battle of Lundy's Lane Park. The only access left would be the small parking lots off Lundy's Lane and Drummond Road. I know the Friends are willing to sacrifice a strip on the eastern side to help with parking for the city's oldest business, but it would be the park's death knell if the school site was also excised. With all the money poured into the museum and the Gateway project, it would seem completely irresponsible to leave but a token less than 2-acre plot for the very important lower battlefield, which has been planned to be the largest open area of the park. So on behalf of the citizens of this great nation, I ask that the school property, which our province's taxpayers have already paid for, be retained by the city so that the federal Building Canada through Arts and Heritage funds can be accessed to pay for 50% of the costs of removing the school and for the development of the park. Ottawa recognizes the importance of the site for our nation's history. I trust the city will do so as well. It is no wonder that the school was so aptly named the Battlefield School, for it sits plunk in the middle of the battlefield where the future of our nation was decided. Ironically, if we had lost the battle, we would be gun-toting citizens of but one more state of the USA, with the only plus being that Washington would never allow a development of any kind to occupy a place on such an important battleground. Can you imagine the seniors' apartments on the site of Gettysburg? I am therefore hoping that good sense will prevail and that our members of City Council will take a deep breath and, looking at the bigger picture, act for all of Canada and its history, rather than thinking only of the city's temporary financial embarrassment, thus destroying the possibility of establishing a worthwhile battlefield park. And a second reason for tourists to come to this city. Keep them here for even one more day, and the result is more taxes for the country's, provinces, and cities' coffers. If you'll pardon my grammar, think deep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Ainsley? Yes, Councillor Iononi?
No, but I have, Mr. Vaca is representing the...
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ainsley.
I have a question for Mr. Vaca then.
Mr. Vaca, can we get you back up here?
Very much like Councillor Peter Angelo, we both voted against this when it came to us before. Just my history on this, I have declared a conflict since that first vote because my daughter lives in the property adjacent to the battlefield. In a week and a half, she will no longer live there, so I no longer have a conflict. But what it did give me was an insight to the problems that take place in that schoolyard now. So my question to you is, I understand all the historical information. I get all that. Who's going to maintain it, and who's going to make sure that it's not going to become a congregation area for kids? Because while I understand the battlefield, that's in the daytime. I know the problem. I've babysat in that house. I know the problems and the kids that are back there now. Who's going to maintain and make sure that doesn't continue?
Well, we hope you agree to give us a 10-year lease, and I would assume Mr. Beeman in that lease is going to impose the obligation on the tenant to deal with liability insurance and issues of preserving and protecting the building. That's what I assume the response is going to be from your solicitor. I can tell you my client's already looked into liability insurance, has a cost for liability insurance, and is prepared to pay that cost. So I think that's where we're going to go if we enter into a lease. My clients will do what a tenant normally does.
Okay. We've also got, if I can get the CAO to...
If I may, while Mr. Vaca is there, if I could just say to council that if the option that's chosen is to not go with the Kiwanis Club, either through an arrangement with the Friends or the city retaining the whole property, I can't tell you how imperative, if that's the decision you make, we have to get that building down as quickly as we can. We have had ongoing vandalism there as we speak. You can even see from the pictures, all the windows are boarded up. So I guess I'll say to you is that if we make that decision, we have to find a way. We cannot wait 10 years to take this building down. We would have to find a way to get that building down immediately, because we currently have ongoing monitoring costs. We have ongoing, utility costs to maintain certain levels in that building. We have insurance costs. And, those are costs. If we're going to make that decision, it makes more sense to say, bite the bullet, somehow get this building down immediately, whether that's through the Friends or whether that's through the city, or I don't know how financially we do that, but we simply can't have that building remaining there. If we go with the Kiwanis, that's a whole different situation. The building gets transferred to them, they start the development. But if the other options are chosen, we need to make a decision to get that building down as quickly as we can.
You still have the floor, Councillor. I've got you next, Councillor.
And I don't disagree with you. If I was going to do a step 10 audit on that property, my first recommendation would be to the city to take that building down immediately. But what I want to know is, would the Friends of Lundy's Lane Battlefield be willing to have an out clause? What if you don't get the funding? What if the problems there do exist? What if you have endless problems and endless complaints? Like, if there was going to be a 10-year lease, would there be some sort of out clause built in there for both parties in case you aren't able to create what you want to create?
I think the answer there lies in the eligibility requirements of that funding program, which I haven't looked at in detail, but I'm sure your city solicitor and I can look into that, and if it allows out clauses, I think it's fair to have out clauses. The intention of my client is to have the building demolished and have a celebration in the bicentennial, which I believe is sometime in June 2014. So their full intention is to apply for the funding right away, hopefully get the funding right away, which will match the monies the city has spent already, get that building down, and have a commemoration ceremony on the bicentennial. That's their intention. Now, if the funding doesn't work, there's other funding programs, but we don't expect the city to sit around for 10 years until we are able to get enough money to take that building down, under no circumstances. As long as whatever we build into the lease does not go offside of the eligibility of the funding program.
If I can be of assistance here, Mr. Vaca, in fairness, doing a great job in his presentation, but the actual was actually Mr. Richardson and another lawyer within the firm who actually talked with me about the lease, and there is such a clause in the lease as it is now, and I believe that it's thought that that won't be a problem for the funding, Mr. Vaca, but there is a clause in there that if the funding isn't, if your client concludes the funding's not coming, it can be dropped just like that.
Okay, great.
Okay. And we've got Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I guess just a question on this topic here. I know we've already stressed the fact that it is a nationally historic site. Up until this point, it's been the city's position that we were going to cut off a piece of property and sell it to the Kiwanis Club. So I guess my question then is, since we're dealing with a site that is so nationally historic, in my opinion, there would be an onus on the municipality to continue maintaining ownership, and there would be an onus on the federal government as well to assist in revitalizing that property. So my question through you, the staff, would be, although it wasn't the course that we were expecting to take, have we started any discussion with the federal government or representatives from the federal government to see whether or not there are any programs available that would assist in the revitalization of this property, whether it's through the city or whether it's through the Friends of Lundy's Lane Battlefield?
Well, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, when we were having discussions with the school board, in fact, we had conversations with both Mr. Crater and Mr. Nicholson, both our federal and provincial members of Parliament. Timing was not in the cards for us because, unfortunately, the availability and surplusing of this building came after we had applied for fairly significant grants with respect to our museum. And if we had have known this at the time, lack of better words, we could have bulked that grant up to include these lands and other lands. And we kind of got caught in that kind of situation. So those funding sources, dried up. And there was significant, or very stated, significant money given for the redevelopment of the museum itself. But we did approach Mr. Nicholson at a federal level to talk about a national, I know it's a National Historic Site. I don't believe it's ever been designated as a National Historic Site. I mean, people recognize it as that, but I don't believe there's been any real official designation by the federal government. If that were the case, I believe there's other funding that could come that way. I'm not an expert on that, but that's what I've been led to believe. So those avenues were approached before we even firmed up the deal with the school board. And I just truly wish we would have had this kind of support when we talked to the school board, so we might have been able to talk the school board into a much better deal, but they were unwilling to budge, and we ended up on a $1.2 million appraisal having to pay $900,000. If I could just put it in perspective, though, for those in the audience and for council, the dilemma we were faced with at the time in dealing with the school board, and as we sit here currently today, the zoning on all of those lands is currently R2 residential. So if we had have stepped away in any way to not come up with the $900,000 to buy it, that could have been in private holdings today, and the individual that may have bought it had every right to develop that to an R2 residential standard without even coming to this council. So that was why it was important we stepped in to at least get it in public ownership and then try to work the partnerships we're talking about today. And that was our whole goal, at least to get it in private ownership so that we could continue the discussion on where we went.
Okay. Councillor Yates.
Just a follow-up to Councillor Pierangelo, to Mr. Todd. When was the last time that you had dialogue with our MPP, Bob Nicholson, and our MPP, Kim Crater, who I see is in the audience tonight as well? When was the last time we would have had dialogue? Have we had any, since we purchased it, what's been the process going forward to see what type of funds may or may not be out there?
Not so much with Mr. Crater, because we focused more on the federal. We had a couple of discussions just around or just after the sale, so I'm going to say that's probably about a year ago that we had those conversations with the mayor and I and our economic development director meet on a regular basis with our MP, and that was a regular item on the agenda.
Okay. Do we have, I didn't know if either Don or Gord, if you wanted to address this or not. I had you as a possibility.
Unless council has questions for us where our project is and how it relates, we won't take up any more of the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any other members of the gallery that have any new information that you'd like to share with council on this issue? Okay. Seeing none. Okay, I'm just gonna CAO would like to comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just try to sum up what our position is, and I appreciate what all of the presenters have brought forward today. Back to our original concept on the site, and just to put it in perspective before council deliberates on it, under our option, and we've had a staff team working on this over the last several months, along with representatives from our museum board, our museum staff, our parks and recreation staff, our cemetery staff, trying to put an overall concept. And I have to say, the concept is not significantly different than the concept that was presented today by the Friends, other than the fact that their proposal includes the school lands out to Barker Street. So we have envisioned for some time taking that 2 acres, which is the schoolyard, joining it in with the Drummond Hill Cemetery, working with the Morgan family to incorporate their lands. Just off to the left of that, or the right of that picture, is our new museum. We've started to develop walking tours and walking trails so that you can come up through Drummondville, up through the funeral parlor property, or along through our parking lot, which is identified in yellow, bringing people into the site from that location. We've already got plans in place to remove the school fencing, take down the playground equipment. Our staff is looking at similar plans to develop a pathway or pathways. Interesting tidbit that you may not know, but there used to be a pathway that came from the funeral home right up through the property that used to bring the hearses by horse and carriage. We're looking at trying to recreate that kind of concept. And then it joins walking tours up through the battlefield and over across through the Gateway project that the Museum Advisory Board has been diligently working on, which I believe is included in our 2013 capital budget that will be before council in the next month or so, and over to the Redmond property. So we do have some concepts. We've been working on this, and regardless of what happens here, whether or not the Friends proposal is chosen or not, I just want to assure council and those in the public that we have some very significant plans for the remainder of the property as it sits with the 2 acres to make this a historic site and make it a place where tourism and tourists can come to the property. So if there's any other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? No? Yes, Councillor Maves and Councillor Morocco.
Yeah, Your Worship, we've been taking some notes here as we've been going along, and probably I know that schoolyard as much as anyone. Back in the 1940s, I went to the old Hermes Club, had a playground there. Several of my family, when they first settled in Niagara Falls in the 1920s, went to that school, Barker Street School. I had a nephew who went to Battlefield School when it was first opened. And anyway, it was such a great old school. I'm surprised that the original Barker Street School wasn't designated because it was a great old building. But anyway, we've just been spending a few hours on how we're going to save some money, $2,000 here and $2,000 there. And then we've got a $950,000 expenditure here. I think right now, when I look at the museums, we have the cemetery there, we have the museum, we have the Freilich Tavern, we have the Willoughby Museums, we have several items, several buildings and places commemorating the soldiers. And I think really, if we went to option 1, which I think is great, I think everybody wins. Number 1, we save a building, and it's a good, strong building. Number 2, the Kiwanis gets a building that's going to house some families. We can still save the battlefield. It's not going to be as big, but it'll still be a battlefield. Morrison Sons will get their parking lot, and the taxpayers will save some money. So as far as I'm concerned, I like option 1. We're not giving up the battlefield. We still have it, just a little smaller. That's all.
Is that a motion, Councillor?
I'd like to make that motion that we go with option 1.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Maves, seconded by Councillor Carrio. Councillor Morocco?
Yes, Your Worship. I just wanted to know that about 9 months ago now, that the committee was going to raise some money to help fund this, and I'm not too sure. It said that they haven't met that goal. Where are they at with their fundraising? Is there someone that can answer that question?
Mr. Baca, I'm not sure if you'd be the right person for that, the current financing status of the Friends of Lundy's Lane Battlefield? We're going to get you an answer, Councillor.
No.
Your Worship, thus far my clients have raised $25,000, and they're really counting on being eligible for this program. That's the reason why we're here, asking for a 10-year lease.
Okay, thank you.
So in the 9 months of the $450,000, it's $25,000.
25,000 has been raised. I think it's a matter of timing. The organizations that they contacted towards the latter part of last year had already committed funds for the year.
Yeah.
So now they're starting over this year with new budgets.
Thank you. I think that we've seen that in past groups that we've dealt with trying to raise money for the $1 million, you know, for the soccer, and it was a struggle. Everyone's really, really struggling to try and raise money, and I know that the museum is still in their capital campaign, still raising dollars as well. I think they still have to meet a good portion of that chunk of the money as well. So you've got a couple of groups out there right now lobbying, as well as a lot of other people for dollars. I guess where I'm just really maybe disappointed that this is such a an important battle in the history of Canada, and I look at the Plains of Abraham and how the government has actually totally funded that, and it's a beautiful park that's preserved and maintained by the federal government. So is the answer or the question is our federal government saying no, that they don't feel that it's historic national value to invest the money?
I wouldn't be comfortable myself answering the
Dean's
question.
actually waving his hand. I'll take
Dean?
Dean.
Oh, yeah, okay, good.
Well, this...
I'll take Dean.
Yeah.
5,000.
Thank you. I mean, this isn't a new question. I mean,
no.
in fact, Jock Ainsley sent a letter to council back circa 2003 saying that the property should be designated as a federal historical site. So we've sent those
So 10
requests to the federal government through consecutive councils, and as Mr. Todd indicates, our mayors, whether it be this mayor or mayors previous, have met with the member of federal parliament as well, stressing the importance of this property. And
So
to
it's very
date,
disappointing
yeah.
to say 10 years later we've been asking the federal government to actually designate this battle site, which we all know is very historic. Oh, I just blew up that thing on my thing, which is very historic, but yet are not coming up to the table, but yet have done so with Quebec British property there. Very, very disheartening anyway. Sad that it comes back to us. So here we go now, to all the different levels of government, and again it falls on our lap here at the municipality. Local taxpayers, we're again here to bear the burden. You know, I have to say that I took a number of phone calls in the last couple of days, and they were from seniors who said they totally appreciate the fact of us trying to preserve a couple of acres, but the school's already there. Why don't we let the Kiwanis build it? There's a home for seniors, and basically, you know what? We just don't need another park that no one's going to go to. Well, I felt sad that they said that, you know, because it's a very historic site. Maybe if we have seniors and some people up there, maybe they'll actually take advantage of the historic couple of acres that we are going to try and preserve. So I'm going to actually support option number 1.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and then Kerrio.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask Mr. Vac, actually, when he was up here, if he could comment on the amount of money that the Friends of Lundy's Lane has donated in the past. I know that they've raised minimal funds for this project thus far, but I wanted to know if he had a figure of how much money that they've raised and donated to the city in the past, just to, you know, provide some credibility to the group.
You have to get some better camera placement in our chambers, or it's a bit of a challenge.
In response to the question, in the past they've raised $250,000. Since I'm back here, I had Mr. Graves whisper very loudly to me that this is a designated National Historic Site. So he just wants to clear up that what he believes is a mistaken statement that was made. Councillor Morocco made some good points. I think it's important to realize that they're working with Mr. Nicholson's office and the federal government, trying to find the appropriate program that would achieve the greatest amount of success. They believe they found that program. They just need to be eligible to apply for that program, and the only thing that's keeping them from being eligible is a minimum 10-year lease. So that's what we're looking for. The environment is much different now than it was 10 years ago. We're approaching a bicentennial of this battle in 2014. There's a lot more ears that are listening to this proposal, to this request, but that application cannot be brought forward unless they meet the eligibility requirements.
Okay. Councillor?
Yeah, Your Worship, I just wanted to stress the fact that the Friends of Lundy's Lane, although they have raised minimal funds for this thus far, and I think it's only been 6 months actually, just under 6 months, that they've kind of been given the green light to actually raise funds, that in the past they did donate over $250,000, and I believe it was to Frelick Savin, so they do have the ability to raise money. I just wanted to make that point clear. Your Worship, I also wanted to say, I know one of the other councillors spoke, but I don't think that we can take a look at this as just simply a snapshot in time. We have the ability right now to preserve these lands. I think if we don't do it, then 10 years from now, we're going to look back and say, geez, I wish that we had done that. I think personally what we need to do is we need to get a concept in place for the revitalization of this battlefield, and that we need to talk to the federal representative. I don't think we need to make any other decision at this point, just the fact that we're going to hold onto the lands. That's my position. It's always been my position, and I'll vote against the motion that's on the floor.
Yeah, you've been consistent, Councillor. Councillor Carrier, and then Gates.
Thank you, Your Worship. I certainly don't look at this motion as a loss for the Friends. We're preserving 2 acres. We're the only ones that are stepping up. If we, other than obviously ES Fox and the Kiwanis and the Friends, but we're stepping up. We saved 2 acres of the land. We're in a tough position with our budget. I don't know if the people that are in the audience were here when we were talking about our budget. We're talking about taking away money from Stanford Lions, Niagara District Art, Community Artists. We're talking about taking money away from very valuable organizations who've been supportive of our community for many years, because we're in a tough year. We're in tough times. I think for the city to step up, purchase the land, get together with the Kiwanis Club, ES Fox, preserve 2 acres of the land, it's a win-win for everybody. I don't look at it as a loss. I think it's a tremendous opportunity to preserve 2 acres of this battlefield for the citizens of Niagara Falls at a very reasonable rate, thanks to Kiwanis, Friends of Lundy's Lane, ES Fox, and the Morgan Funeral Home. I think it's a tremendous opportunity, and one that we can afford to do, so I'll support it. I would have not supported the purchase of the land had it not been for this option. I would have voted against it then.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gates, and then Maves.
Yeah, I just want to say that the fact that we haven't talked to our MP, Rob Nicholson, and I can say that I follow politics quite a bit. They have spent a lot of money in a lot of communities around the War of 1812. And I'm not so sure that going back, and it sounds to me like they've tried to do that already, but maybe have take another run at the Conservative government and say, hey, listen, this is the importance of this. Right in Rob's riding, to Vic's point, I think 10 years down the road, we may be shaking our heads at whatever happens here. But I think taking another run at Mr. Nicholson, I think would be a good idea to make sure he's saying no to this particular thing. We've had a lot of dialogue around this. I have certainly think that in following the Conservative government on their position, they have spent millions and millions of dollars on the War of 1812. Millions in a number of communities, including ours, by the way, with redoing the road, redoing the museum. They've done a lot of things, and quite frankly, in the big scheme of things, when we talked earlier about our budget, we were talking about, I think it was a few $1,000s that we were looking at cutting, and we said at that time, that's not a lot of money. What we're asking for an historic battleground is not a lot of money in the big scheme of things with the federal government. It's quite frankly, it's not a lot of money for them to find a way to write a check. So I would like to see us at least take another run at our local MP and see if there is money there. To Councillor Carrier's point, yeah, we have some challenges around the budget. It seems like a lot of the decisions are around the budget. To the funeral home, it sounds to me like that can be accommodated with the, when you're looking at a compromise, I think something like that could be accommodated either through selling the land or leasing the land or whatever. I think that part of it. My concern is by not taking at least another run at our local Conservative MP, knowing full well they spent millions and millions of dollars in a number of communities, I think it would be a mistake on Council's part by not at least exploring it and see what happens. So that's kind of where my head's at as we speak right now.
Thank you, Councillor. And if I could just address, we have been in several meetings, and obviously whatever direction this council goes, but we have met with our MP several times, and specifically this has been one of the topics. And I guess the impression we got is that they have made a serious commitment toward the War of 1812. At the museum, they gave us millions of dollars, and as well as other things. And no one used the word no, no one used the word yes. They just said, a lot of their commitments were made before 1812. So we have, and if that's what the council wants us to do, we can go at it again, but we have been there, and they felt they've made already serious commitments toward it. I've got Councillor Maves up next.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm not exactly sure about the rules of designation, but if this has been designated property, okay, and the Battlefield School is included in the designation, does that mean we cannot knock it down? Does anyone know that rule? Because it was designated with the school property on it.
Maybe we'll get our solicitor, Mr. Beeman, if you could help us out on this.
We'll look into that. My suspicion is that the federal designation wouldn't have the same effect as the designations that we usually work with here, the heritage designation.
So the rules would be different on that?
Yes. The rules at the federal level are different. I suspect they're only concerned with maintaining the historic significance of the site as opposed to any particular building.
Okay.
As opposed to our historic designation, the city does lock up the building.
Yeah, the other question I had was I thought that we did apply to the federal government for funding for this, and I'm sure I saw something that was turned down or something, was it not?
Yeah, in fact, Mr. Vaca forwarded two of those resolutions. I believe the one that from the Friends was withdrawn, but our resolution for the funding was denied.
And they were turned down, yes, thank you.
So that was, just so I'm clear here. Because there were two resolutions that were passed.
Our CAO would like to help out.
Well, if I could help out, there was a couple of applications we made, and it was around funding for the development of the parklands. It was for pathway development, signage, interpretive trails and stuff, and part of the gateway development. That was the application that was turned down just recently.
Yes, Councillor Carrier.
So, just speaking to Councillor Gates's points about possibly going back, I don't know how long we could expect the Kiwanis Club to sit around and wait. And I would hate to miss the opportunity of having a partner like the Kiwanis Club and losing that $450,000. And I think that some of us around the table only voted to purchase it because we had them. But if we stall this off any longer, we may lose them. Now we may be sitting with $900,000 expenditure, looking at another $300,000 to tear the building down, and no partners.
Councillor Morocco.
Yes, and just to the point that Councillor Carrier pointed out, that everybody wins in this scenario, I just want to point out that for the 2 acres, when it's all said and done, the city's investment is $100,000. I mean, that's not an investment to try and put forth, and we know that our level of government will step up to the plate and preserve 2 acres of historic battle sites, and actually give the opportunity for citizens' home and to keep a small portion of parking. I think if we look at it the other way, where it got allocated, not only are we going to be over $100,000, we're going to be over almost $1 million. And as you can see in our budget, we've got some serious feelings already. But I have to say that I'm pleased to support the fact that we're going to be able to preserve at least those 2 acres as heritage status site.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments of council on this?
Recorded vote.
Okay, we'll call for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk?
So the recommendation is that council approve the staff recommendation, which is in essence option 1 as outlined by Mr. Todd. So Councillor Wing has a conflict. Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Iannoni?
Yes.
Councillor Morocco?
Yes.
Councillor Maves?
Yes.
Councillor Carrier?
Yes.
Councillor Gates?
No.
Councillor Peter Angelo?
Opposed.
Mayor Diodati?
In favor.
Passes.
Okay, option 1 passes. Okay, for everyone that came out, we appreciate it. Thank you. Got my sheet. We'll just take a 5-minute recess, allow the chambers to clear, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
involved and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, can you please explain the purpose and reason for the bylaw amendment proposal?
Thank you, Worship. The property involved is 1.44 hectares or 3.5 acres of land. As was shown in the first slide, it involves the property with the Boathouse Restaurant at the corner of Portage Road and Macklem Street in Chippewa. It extends all the way through to the Surfside Motel, which is opposite the water filtration plant. It also includes a number of residential properties as well as a neglected tourist commercial operation. The application is to change the zoning from tourist commercial to a residential 5C density, which would allow the 160-unit apartment building. It's 4 stories in height, and I've already covered the other stuff, going from tourist commercial and types of uses. They're also looking for some site-specific provisions with respect to lot area per unit, rear yard, and so on, which I'll go through in a minute. We did hold a public meeting or a neighborhood meeting in December of last year. The applicant and several area residents were in attendance. There were no objections expressed at that open house. The site plan presented then that the Boathouse Restaurant would be at the bottom of the slide. The Surfside Motel would be at the top of the slide. The Welland River is to the right side off of the screen. So the proposal is the 4-story apartment building. It's outlined in orange. It's a U-shaped building. There's surface parking in front of the building, and there's a underground parking garage proposed as well. The proposal is for 160 units. That would be the maximum number of units proposed in the building. To facilitate this, they've applied for the R5C zone, which would permit a higher building, but we're actually going to limit the building. So in terms of requirements, they're looking for a minimum rear yard setback of 6 meters. That's the setback closest to Mechanic Street. They're looking for a minimum interior side yard setback. That's the west side of 7.5 meters. That's about 25 feet. They're looking for a minimum lot area per unit of 89 square meters, and a minimum exterior side yard setback. That's the setback on Macklem Street of 5 meters, and then minimum landscaped area for the total site is 38% of the site would be landscaped, and the building would have a coverage of 41%. The provincial policy statements encourage the redevelopment of underutilized lands, and therefore complies with the provincial policy statement. The official plan designates these lands as tourist commercial. It allows for residential development where lands are in excess of the demand for tourist commercial uses. The proposal satisfies the official plan in as much as the lands are underutilized and there's a sufficient capacity or sufficient lands available for commercially designated lands in the area. The proposed 4-story building would not be out of character with the area, has frontage on an arterial road, public transit is available. The building is not overwhelming in terms of its scale or mass. 38% of the lands are to be landscaped, and it faces onto the parklands adjacent to the Welland River to the east. There's no expected increase in traffic from this site. There's sufficient capacity to accommodate 110 units in the sewage pumping station on Front Street at this time. However, that pumping station is currently going through an environmental assessment, and capacity will be expanded by 2014. It's not expected this building would actually be developed until 2015. A record of site condition is required. Historically, this site was used for a number of industrial uses, such as historically a brewery. The development and the applicant's consultant recommended actually doing a follow-up record of site condition. The development contributes to the variety of housing that's available in the city and would contribute to 1.7 years of the short-term housing supply in the city. The requested zoning change from TC, tourist commercial, to residential 5C zone is appropriate. It conforms with the development. It would allow for the revitalization of these underutilized lands and utilizes existing infrastructure which is already available, streets and lighting systems and so on. The applicant or the applicant's lawyer has asked that the property be exempt from cash in lieu of parkland dedication. That would normally be collected actually at condominium stage, which will be a later planning application before this council. But we're not supporting the request for an exemption in any event, as no payments were previously collected for parkland for the development of this property previously, and if we don't collect it during the redevelopment stage, it puts the burden on the taxpayer to provide for the share of additional residents who would be using those recreational facilities. The Municipal Heritage Committee has recommended that the Boathouse Restaurant be listed on the Register of Heritage Properties. This would provide 60 days notice to the city before demolition would be able to occur. This would allow for the incorporation of any features or elements or recording of the historic building. The current building does not actually have much resemblance to the historic Baltimore House, which was the original building. The shell of the building is still there, but the architectural features seem to have been lost. It's our conclusion then that the amendment can be supported because it develops underutilized lands, taking advantage of existing services, conforms with the official plan with respect to density and compatibility. The massing and scale is sensitive to the existing development, will not generate a significant amount of traffic, and contributes to the city's supply of housing mix. Therefore, we're recommending that Council approves the zoning bylaw amendment to permit the 160-unit, 4-story apartment building. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions from members of council of Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal, as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here that wants to speak to this other than the applicant? Yes, sir. Mr. Reed, if you want to step forward.
Mayor Diodati, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Don Eade, and I'm a member of the Village of Chippewa Citizens Committee. And after a meeting, we've had big discussion on the boathouse. It still is in the same place, but it always has been since 1816. First of all, I'd like to go back roughly about 20 years ago when our Chippewa Citizens Committee started. And right here we have over 100 names of people who were against the boathouse being torn down, along with our committee and other people that never signed it but was in our before us. Anyways, going back roughly 20 years ago, we had started the Chippewa Citizens Committee and see what we could do for Chippewa. So one of the things that we come up with was president, vice president, and the whole ball of wax that everybody has. And it was to promote, maintain the historic aspect of the village of Chippewa and the surrounding areas. We've put up a lot of plaques in Chippewa. We put street signs up in Chippewa. We painted all the posts in Chippewa, the blue ones when it switched over from green to blue, and the city supplied us with that paint, and we painted all the stop signs and signs in Chippewa. We've also put a bunch of plaques up in Chippewa. King George School was one, Chippewa Presbyterian Church was another, Laura Seacourt House was another, Willoughby Manor was another, Laura Corey Bond's house, which was beside Willoughby Manor. Laura Corey Bond was a woman who was a librarian in Chippewa, and she also wrote the first book on the history of the village of Chippewa, which was called Peninsula Village. We put a plaque at the Norton Company. We put a plaque at the Hydro Tower on Bridgewater Street, which went from one side of the road to the other, and the research we did on it was that it was probably the only one that was in Canada, possibly in Ontario, I should say, or possibly in Canada. We put one at the Willoughby Museum. We spearheaded the Coming to Square designation. We put one at the Boathouse Restaurant. In fact, I think that was probably one of the first ones that we put up. We do street cleaning from Wallen Street to Main Street twice a year, and also around Cummington Square. We have music concerts on Cummington Square on July and August. We had the name of the Niagara South Arena switched over to the Chippewa Willoughby Memorial Arena. We had a parade and successfully on the sesquicentennial of Chippewa, and a parade and celebration at the Willoughby Arena. We donated to Project Share, Families in Stress in Chippewa due to a fire, serious illnesses to people who had cancer, and we supplied the gas for them. I look at it that we're looking at a building that's old, and we say, well, it's not the same as it was. It's still sitting in the same spot. It was brick building, and it's covered over the years. It has made a little bit of changes, but the bar on the far side, we just said if that was taken down, you're still looking at a few buildings that have got a few windows missing on it, which it's still the same thing. And because of what I just read to you, this is why we're so concerned about the boathouse there. And the thing is here, after years and years of volunteering, and I'm sure it's just not our committee, I think it's a lot of committees, that when you work at something for so long, and then when the time comes to an outfit that's at the Baltimore Hotel, we feel that this is really a kick in the head for us, because it sort of makes you not want to volunteer as much as you did, because you say, well, why did we do that? It makes you think, too, that because the boathouse is going to be tore down, or if it doesn't tore down, that the rest of the development isn't going to take place. And this is not true. I think that it's better to see history than to hear history. You can tear that down, you can put a plaque up, you can put a wall up. It's still not the Boathouse Restaurant. If you go over to Europe, what do you do when you first come back? You say, oh, the beautiful old buildings. We don't have that chance to have old buildings if we keep on tearing them down. I look at Fort Erie. In 1812, the fort was knocked down. So in 1939, it was a grand opening. What would Fort Erie be without the fort? So it's just like so we just want to have the boathouse not tore down, and as I said, it's not just our committee. As I said, there's hundreds of petitions here. Both sides are paid, looked at, and but I often thought, as I sit over at Tim Hortons having a coffee, and I thought, well, you know, how many people, the old days, that walked over there? You got Laura Seacourt that used to probably walk over there every Sunday to go to church there. There's a lot of history just with the people. If we look back on things, you had James Cummings, the first reeve of Chippewa. He probably went over there. You have James Macklins, who had the stove foundry. He probably went over there when it was a hardware store. and bought things for the stoves and whatnot. So there's a lot of history, not just in there, but also memories. But as I said before in closing, I would rather see history rather than to read about it when it's when we can still, you know, it's not costing the city to say no to it. It just seems like that if it's not going to be tore down, that they can't develop it, and I don't think that's so. I think that we can still work that around. It's a proven fact that right here in Niagara Falls we have an old museum that we put a brand new museum beside it. There's the old and the new. Why can't that be incorporated the same way as the museum was done? So anyways, I'm just, thank you for listening to me, and I hope that it would be positive that we can maybe 10 years from now still drive by and see the Boathouse restaurant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Reid? Yes, Councilor Morocco.
Yes, Your Worship. Mr. Reid, thank you very much for your presentation. I have to say that Mr. Reid is the Chippewa historian and actually is involved in many things, and I have to say thank you very much for your committee for all that you've done over the years in Chippewa and trying to preserve its historic designation there. Now, I just wanted to know, and we've chatted a little bit, but you're not against the development.
No.
You're just trying to see if they'll actually work this building into the project development.
Yes. Yes, I'm not against the development.
Have you talked to developers and asked them if they would actually consider maybe working this?
No, I have never talked to the developer at all.
So, okay. So maybe then we'll hear what they have to say and maybe we'll see what happens.
I just can't see why it couldn't be involved in with it. It's not that, as I said, the museum is an incident right there. We have old and new and it works, so I can't see why we can't incorporate that in. It would be nice to be able to do that.
Maybe we have an opportunity to listen to them then.
Yeah, fine.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Okay, please state your name.
Yep.
And your address.
Can we get to our presentation here now? Yeah, thanks. Lord Mayor, Council and staff, my name is Jesse Mason. I reside in that 1766 Sunset in Fort Erie, and I'm representing the general partner in this development, which is Mace Race, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to the development. More specifically, I'm here to speak to one of the target markets that this development will be going after. So this market is a significantly large market and growing daily, and by all accounts going to double over the next 20 years. The market, as many refer to as the baby boomers, are 55 plus. They're either retired or nearing retirement currently. They are located or residing presently in the GTA or Greater Golden Horseshoe, which encompasses all the way from Burlington, Oakville, all the way through the city of Toronto, all the way to Oshawa. These folks, though they have a higher than average disposable income, they're facing a new reality as they enter retirement, where their income has been slashed to 60% of what it was when they were working. Like the majority of Canadians, they are staying healthy longer and have a longer life expectancy than generations before. 80% of these folks will retire in the province of Ontario, and these people own their own homes outright. Having paid off their mortgage, this buyer is insulated from the market forces due to the equity, pension, and savings that they possess. Why are they moving? These folks are faced with the proposition that their homes that they've invested their time into have increased significantly in value, and they look at extracting that equity from their homes to use it to protect their savings, take it longer into retirement, and also use it for early succession payments, to travel, and to maintain their lifestyle. In line with their new income reality, they're looking for ways to maintain their quality of life at a lower cost and minimize their overall property maintenance while seeking better security, amenities, and comforts to fill their time. When will they move? 20% of the population will retire and move in the next 22 years. That equates to 1 million people moving from the GTA in the next 20. Currently, 137 individuals move out of the GTA daily. 14% of those are destined to Niagara. This number can be bolstered to help achieve the regional growth management strategy targets by using smart growth and by using viable projects to attract these people to this market. Where will they go? These folks are looking for ways to get away from the busy, congested lifestyle of the urban centers and find areas that are within travel distance of their families, but provide them with an overall lower cost of living and recreational opportunities to fill their time. As well, they would like to maintain their dependence on OHIP. Why Niagara? Many of the same advantages we have for all our other markets here, we have for this market. The proximity and easy travel time to the GTA and their families, relatively low cost of living and real estate prices in comparison to the communities they're moving from. We provide seasonal, temporary employment in a vibrant, safe community that offers a significant amount of recreational activities. The impacts on our community. Taxes. Retirees enhance the local tax base. Further, there are additional jobs required to provide the goods and services that these people require. Their arrival and presence in our community will support the need for greater health care options in South Niagara. With them, they bring little to no crime and are soft on other services like education and infrastructure. Further, they bring new dollars into our community, dollars that would have been spent in other communities. This is a ripple in the pond approach. They attract others from their same demographic and they move in a herd mentality. They stabilize the business cycle because their income is not cyclical. In closing, these people have the time and the means to make use of the amenities we already have here in Niagara Falls and strengthen our economy through the support of our businesses and community initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Are there any questions from council of our presenter on herds of seniors coming to Niagara Falls? Councillor Gates.
Jesse, how are you?
Good.
Good. You heard the other presenter, Mr. Don Eade, who's from Chippewa. We actually can't go being the mayor of Chippewa, but would your group be willing to sit down with Mr. Eade's group and try to come up with a compromise on what you're trying to do here? Because I think he was very clear to Councillor Morocco's question that the group's not against the development, but they'd like to find a way that maybe they could work with you. And I was just wondering if your group would be interested in sitting down with Mr. Eade and their group, who, you know, they've been there forever in Chippewa. You've heard their commitment to that community. Just wondering if you'd be interested in sitting down.
Well, I too have born and raised in Chippewa, and I believe we'd be more than open to listening to Mr. Eade and having a discussion with him on how he feels we can go forward.
Any other questions of Mr. Mason of council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you want to present too? Okay, sure. Come on up, Jay.
Hi, my name's Jay Mason. I am, I guess, the developer here. I am the general partner in H2O Front Development. I'd just like to first thank you for giving us the time, Mayor, Council, staff. I do want to make one comment. We were probably the first large-scale development that was benefited by having a conjoined process with the region, and I would like to say that that was a very, I know that they're tweaking that a little bit, but it was a very well thought out thing and very welcome from the development side. It certainly has, you're not skipping any lily pads, but at the same time you're shortening the arc. And every issue gets spoken to the same, and your consultants do the same work, but it's done in a little speedier method, and that's very, very appreciated. I'd like to talk a little bit about smart growth and infill development and what the reality is for the communities. I mean, obviously smart growth is an initiative that's supported by the province. That trickles down to the region and to you as requirements on infill, I believe, that sit at 40%. The proposed project will benefit the community in many ways, both in the near term and the long term. Smart growth approach follows current provincial doctrine. For many reasons, Chippewa is an important piece to the future of the region. The City of Niagara Falls has specific growth targets set out by the region. Logically, that growth will have to come from outside the region. And we must be attracted here by the benefits of living here, because we're not creating enough jobs to meet the growth management strategy. As we can all surmise, there is a large amount of available equity and capital stored by retirees. They make capital and consumer purchases when they move, creating jobs and increasing the tax base in a non-cyclical fashion. This movement is sufficient enough to now be called a migration. Niagara Falls has the assets and amenities to attract this new capital to our community, to support ourselves and our city, and to build a sustainable future for the next generation. Smart growth, or compact development as it's called, is the most cost-effective and environmentally sound way to do this. Land use patterns affect various costs to us as consumers and taxpayers. Many of these costs increase with the sprawl of detached urban fringe development. These costs can be reduced with a compact, mixed, or multimodal approach. Smart growth reduces the cost of providing public infrastructure and services, improves accessibility for consumers, and reduces per capita vehicle travel. Current development fees, utility rates, and property taxes fail at times to accurately reflect the benefits of smart growth as a function of cost to the community, which in turn continues to encourage consumers to choose more sprawled locations than is optimal for your future. Also, if I'll take a minute, I'd like to speak to the heritage issue, and I know Rocco is going to also speak to it. We have put forth an agenda previously where we would raise but save part of the boathouse building and use it and have an application for it. When we were speaking to the architects, there was thoughts of either doing something that's landscaped, a wall, or some use of the materials themselves inside the lobby, where we will be having what is effectively a historic retrospective of the history of Chippewa. Now, it makes very little sense as a business person for us to sell the history of the village of Chippewa to outsiders and not have the history of the village. But recognizing that, I brought in a heritage architect, Clinton Brown, and had him inspect the building, and he was underneath it, around it, and in it, much like the Heritage Committee also that looked at it. There's 2 walls left of the original structure. In fairness, I'll start with the cost of repair or reclamation, which would be easily $1 million to repair the building and put it back into service as, let's say we were to use it as a rental or something like that. I think anyone here can do the math that you've got about 2,000 square feet of rental space and probably $1 million for an adaptive reuse. That's not likely to happen in any case. So really what we'd like to do is come across with a design. I agree that our renderings in the early going were probably a little bit too modern for the space. We certainly want to come up with a design that fits the historic nature of the village. We were very conscious of the building massing when we did do our application. Obviously, one of the first things you're looking at the front is a large garden, a lot of landscaping. We are trying to evoke more what you'd see along the Mediterranean with a U-shaped hotel, where you have that courtyard approach. I think it'll be great. I know I spoke to Dave Gillison, although I don't want to interpret his words. I know the Parks in particular is looking for a better introduction off the bridge there to the Niagara Parks Commission, as those lands are somewhat tried and true at this point. So I will speak to that issue that we have said we will do what we can to use the heritage of that building and reclaim what we can from that building and use it as part of a retrospective, at the very least, that would be inside our building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep, we've got a question for you, Jay. Councillor Thompson.
Can you comment further on the historic or the heritage inspection? Who was it? And
Clinton Brown. He's a heritage architect. He was brought to us by Cortec, who is our consultant, our engineering consultants in this. And I had a rather large meeting, long meeting with Clinton. There was a couple of issues that we were talking about. But I asked him just to take an independent view of the building, what was there. I mean, his position was that at some point in time the building was probably burnt down, rebuilt, and the north wall and the would be the east wall were removed, and this other structure was added to it. After that, I believe it was Kenny Kewen who did a very large restoration in there. There was new floors put in. When you go into the basement, you're looking at concrete block. You're not looking at anything that's historic. And I believe Mr. Vaca has Clinton's email to me that speaks to the issue. Clinton did say one thing. He agreed that our renderings were too modern and that we should try to establish a more traditional look for the building.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Mason? Okay, thank you very much. And that email's in our package as well for anyone looking for it. Mr. Vaca, you're back.
Your Worship, members of council, the cost per soldier on this project is Dean, you're slow on that one. We've reviewed the staff's planning report and fully endorsed the recommendation that you approve the application. There's only one issue we'd like to raise, and then I'll deal with the heritage issue as well. As you've heard, a request was previously made that the proposed development be exempt from providing cash in lieu of parkland dedication. The reasons in support of the request appear in Mr. Richardson's letter of January 11th, which is in your package. He listed 5 reasons. First being that the proposed compact form development will result in reduced servicing costs in the long term to the city. The second, that the development will result in substantially higher property tax revenue. The current tax revenue from the existing 6 properties that have been compiled together is just over $62,000 per year. The estimated tax revenue once the project is fully developed is over $625,000 per year. Third reason is that the development will result in significant development charges. Development charges to the city will be over $907,000 at current rates, to the region over $706,000 at current rates, over $1.6 million in development charges. Fourth reason, the development will result in separation of storm and sanitary sewage water in the area. This is a benefit to other properties in this area. The city will not have to incur costs of separation in the future, as is done in other areas of the city. Fifth reason is, as you've heard, the property is made up of 6 existing properties, none of which are vacant. The goal of smart growth is to redevelop existing underutilized properties. To meet this goal, it often involves the assembly of existing developed properties, which is what's taken place here, at a significantly higher cost than the purchase of vacant greenfield properties. Staff did consider the points in Mr. Richardson's letter, and at page 6 of the recommendation report provide their analysis. They have concluded that if an exception is allowed, then it would burden taxpayers with the cost of providing the development share of park and recreational activities. The obvious question when I read that is, what park and recreational activities are required for this development? First, we have Kingsbridge Park across the street, which includes a playground, splash pad, an abundance of parkland, picnic areas, water activities. The park is owned and maintained by the Niagara Parks Commission. No cost incurred by the city. The building's residents will be using Kingsbridge Park across the street, not a city-owned park. The closest city park is quite a distance away. The only obvious conclusion is that there is no cost to the city to provide these residents park and recreational activities. Niagara Parks Commission assumes those costs. Secondly, as you've heard, the development is designed to cater to empty nesters. The project includes recreational activities on site, fitness center, lap pool, terrace, which will all be maintained by the residents through condo fees, no cost to the city. Respectfully, there are no park and recreational activities that need to be provided or need to be maintained for this development by the city. If there is no cost, then why are you charging the developer a payment of cash in lieu of parkland dedication? There's no burden to the taxpayers with all due respect. There is only a benefit to the taxpayers for the 5 reasons noted in Mr. Richardson's letter, and for the obvious reason that the Niagara Parks Commission maintains the park that will provide the recreational activities for these residents. Therefore, we're respectfully requesting that the recommendation be amended to exempt the development from having to provide cash in lieu of parkland dedication, given the very specific and unique circumstances in this case. I agree with Mr. Hurlovich. This issue will come up again when an application is made for draft plan of condominium approval. At that time, we're going to be asking that you be consistent and once again exempt it from parkland dedication. The issue of heritage. Mr. Mason indicated that we have an email from Mr. Brown. I'm not sure, Your Worship, whether you indicated you have that email. Okay. I'm just going to read one paragraph from the email. It is clear from our walking through the boatyard that there are no historic features and very little historic character evident. The original building, what's left after the fire and unsympathetic additions, has only a barely discernible outline of its former self. That may be the only aspect that the heritage folks opposing its demolition may be trying to retain. That even in its current conditions, it's the only remnant on this side of the creek that relates to Cummington Square's historic village character. You are within your rights to remove it without further ado. And then he makes further comments which are not really relevant for this purpose. You've heard my client's commitment to sit down and talk to Mr. Eade and the members of this group to see what can be done. At the end of the day, Mr. Hurlovich, if I can have you, or Mr. Clerk, if I can have you put that comparison picture of the Baltimore House compared to the building now. Your Worship, members of Council, that picture says more words than I could possibly say on the subject. There's very little resemblance with the current building as it was when it was the Baltimore House. This is not a situation which you dealt with previously in the redevelopment of the Loretto property. You did make provision in that application that some of the facade be retained and some of the elements be retained. And there was good reason to do that in that case. In this case, it's a stretch to say that the property resembles what it looked like when it was the Baltimore House. Notwithstanding that, my client is more than willing to sit down with the citizens group and anyone else that wants to talk about what heritage characteristics can be preserved in the development.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Vaca of Council? Councillor Wing.
Partially a response to the concerns about the payment, cash in lieu payment. At our last council meeting, we had a report from Recreation and Culture about our future capital needs in terms of recreation and culture developments. And I think we are looking to developments such as this to provide us with the cash to do these sort of things. And I know the arts and cultural part of the community was very unhappy with how much was being outlined as sports-related needs, but those sports-related needs alone were very substantial. And if we're not going to get the money from major developments such as this, I don't know where we're going to get it from. But as far as the heritage issue goes, I read Mr. Eade's written submission where he noted that the original building from 1816 was built of red brick with walls 3 thicknesses of the same. I live in a double brick house, so triple brick is that's a solid structure, and it's a well-insulated structure too. And it looks from what he's given of the history that this Baltimore House is not original. It's late 1800s or perhaps early 1900s addition, and somewhere in there is the original building. In fact, it looks like that's what the Municipal Heritage Committee found as well. Mr. Mason said there's 2 walls left of the original structure, that the north and east walls have been removed. So that means that the south and west walls remain, which are those walls we see there featured in both pictures. So I would really like to work with the Municipal Heritage Committee's recommendation and the citizens' request that the really heritage elements and features of the building be preserved and incorporated into the new development. I think that old red brick would make a really, really attractive facade. I just would like something stronger than we're open to sitting down with them. Is there some sort of wording you can come up with to give us a little tighter reassurance than that?
With all due respect, Councillor Wing, it's premature at this time to make that commitment. There's going to be a lot of further dialogue, a lot of further approvals that are going to come before Council. Site plan control, plan of condominium approval, and I would submit to you that would be the appropriate time to start to look at what can be done with the design of the building. There's no design in front of you this evening for approval. It's a rezoning, establishing setbacks, density, height. The issue of design is going to come back to you for review at the site plan stage or at the plan of condominium approval stage, which is down the road. And I'm suggesting between now and then conversations can take place. Hopefully there'll be some alignment of interest between all sides. But at the end of the day, you will have the chance to make your decision on that at the plan of condominium stage and site plan approval stage.
Okay, Councillor? Right. Councillor Morocco?
Yes, Your Worship. I have to say I do support what Councillor Wing is suggesting. I think it's great, and if that opportunity comes, if it doesn't, I want to just let you know that I do support the project. I think it's great for the village of Chippewa, and it's great for the businesses in the actual community as well to have that many more people there. I just have to say, Mr. Baga, you know, if builders want to come here and build, there's a cost to pay, and I'm not willing to give up parkland in lieu. I don't care for anybody. I think we've talked about that. I'm driving a hard line. I'm sorry. If it's not used for a park there, I'm sure that those dollars are going to be allocated to parks that we do have maybe in the area of Chippewa or surrounding to actually go to keep them up-to-date in equipment, and that people in that area can actually go to take advantage of, because actually you are bringing more people, and I don't care if they've got a place there. They may want to wander off. They might have other family members that come and take use of our park. So what we do with those dollars, I think, is up to the city. That's the price that you pay for cash in lieu, and I'm going to support that it stays on.
Okay. Any other questions or comments of Mr. Baca? Yes, Councillor Thompson?
No, I just wondered if somebody could give us a figure. What are we talking about as far as the parks fee involved in this?
Maybe we can get something, Mr. Holman?
Any idea, just a ballpark figure?
Or Mr. Hurlovich?
Excuse me. It's a figure based on the land value before the day that the project is approved. So it's basically vacant land value, and we usually use an appraisal expert that would actually go out and calculate what the value of that land would be today versus what it will be tomorrow after council grants its zoning approval. So it's land without buildings. So that's we usually seek that appraisal. So I don't know what it is because I'm not an appraiser.
So anyway, this is something that would come back to us anyway, would it not?
At the we usually would ask this as a condition of the plan of condominium. So I'm not actually sure why they asked for the exemption now. Typically, it would come back at condominium stage.
So this is something we can get off the table to deal with this now, rather than having this as a concern for some of the members of the council. This will be another debate at another time.
Well, I think you'd want to make sure that your motion is clear to that effect, that it would come up at condominium stage.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'd have to make the request, wouldn't you?
Okay. Any other questions of council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Are we able to, on behalf of you? Nope, that's it? Okay, good. Thank you very much. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Looking for a motion, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, very interesting and difficult meeting tonight. I got involved in being in the boathouse on a regular basis in the last couple of years with really all the work that Jesse, Mr. Mason and his committee and Councillor Fisher here sitting in the boathouse every Tuesday trying to do the community dock there. Done a great job, coming along famously, and a tremendous asset and benefit to certainly the Chippewa and to that particular area. While I was in there, I heard comments about the possibility of a development there, and went out and skirted the area on many occasions. And although we're looking at the boathouse restaurant, really you go behind that and pretty deplorable conditions right down to Mechanic Street where something has to happen. So I was extremely pleased to see the concept, although I would like to have seen something that shows me exactly what this is going to look like, because this is, without exception, one of the prettiest areas that we have in our city. Looking at the river, it's the only water we have other than the Niagara River right on our doorstep in the community. So I think that this is going to be a tremendous new development, stimulating and beautifying the Chippewa area, which is in that section a little blighted as we speak. I like to hear what I hear about being interested to talk to the historic group. I like the comments of Councillor Wing with respect to the brick that is possibly still in that building that could be utilized in the new project. But I just think that this is a very positive development. I think it's going to stimulate a lot of activity. Certainly the business people in Cummington Square are looking for people in that area that are going to frequent their businesses and also stimulate their business and utilize their businesses. So I look at this as a very positive improvement. If there are things that can be done historically to utilize whatever is retained in the building, and I've been in there many times in the last year and a half, and I don't see a lot of openly historical and heritage facilities inside or outside the building. So I'm happy to move the report and the conditions outlined in the planning report, and the idea of the Parks and Recreation costs, I think is something for discussion on another day, but I agree with Councillor Morocco's comments that we're not worried about the immediate area. This goes into a fund to develop Parks and Recreation, and certainly it's something that we're deficient in at this time, so that's a discussion for another debate.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have a motion by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Morocco, second. Did you want to speak?
Does it also include the fact that they'll sit together and try and see if there's some way that they can work with the historic group there? Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Councillor Wing?
So it includes item 5 in the staff report then?
Let's see, it's specific to item 5.
I heard all the recommendations. That it be included in the Register of Heritage Properties to give the time for the municipality to work with the applicant to investigate ways to incorporate features or elements into the design.
Let's check with the mover and the seconder if you want to
Because I would dearly like to support this, and if that's in there, I will happily do so.
Okay, so maybe we can get a comment from Mr. Hurlovich. For item 5, the heritage, is this part of what you're suggesting?
If council directs that we list it on the register, we will list it on the register. The Heritage Act requires that the developer give the city 60 days notice prior to taking the building down. So that's the only requirement that they would have to fulfill. And that would, of course, give us the chance to meet with the developer. I think we'll have much more than 60 days in any event. So I don't think, in any event, it's a safeguard that Councillor Wing is, I think, asking for.
Okay, maybe we can get the applicant to comment, Mr. Vaca or Mr. Mason, whoever wants to comment on number 5.
To the best of my knowledge, it's not a registered building.
It wouldn't be registered. We have 2 levels, a designated building, which is the strictest, or a listed building. And so the request from the Heritage Committee was that it would be listed, and the requirement there is that the city be given 60 days notice in advance before taking the building down.
Can I ask a question back to the
Yes,
chair?
of course you can.
So you're saying to me that the Heritage Committee, after knowing about our application, can then apply to have a building listed?
Mr. Hurlovich?
That's what's happening now.
That's what's happening now.
Your council is debating it now.
Oh, right, at this moment. So you've been asked your opinion on number 5 for Heritage by Councillor Wing, whether she's going to support it or not. So we're just asking your opinion if you're supportive of that or not.
Well, we're here to deal with a planning matter. The recommendation at the front page doesn't deal with listing it as a heritage property, whatever they want to do. There's a process to do that. If you want to go through the process, we'd like to have our heritage architect here so you could hear his opinion. You have one opinion from your Municipal Heritage Committee. We're completely taken by surprise by this, that you want to deal with this tonight. I would submit to you procedurally it's unfair, and I'll leave it up to your solicitor to make comments. We're more than happy to come back and discuss that and have our expert with us.
My motion took in the recommendations at the start, and also the suggestion that they meet with the Heritage Group in Chippewa to see if there's opportunities to utilize or whatever they can do with whatever is left of the Heritage building.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Wing?
Just to clarify, this isn't designation. That's something very different, and there has to be public notice and all that sort of thing. Listing is something as simple as council voting to put something on the Heritage Register, and it really doesn't give it any protection. It just flags it as something that is believed to have some historic significance, architecturally, association with an event or important person, or whatever the reason is, and it just sort of flags it. It doesn't give it any protection. We don't need a heritage architect here for that. We've heard from the Heritage Committee and from the applicant himself that there are apparently some parts of that building that are almost 200 years old. There's not a lot of buildings left in this municipality, from the border of Niagara on the Lake to the border of Fort Erie, that are of that age. So this would give an opportunity to identify which features or elements really are important and really are that old and can be preserved and incorporated. So that's why I'm, because I asked earlier, what kind of guarantee will the client give that, he will enter into serious discussions with Mr. Eade and the other concerned members of the Chippewa community, and I just didn't hear anything that really gave me enough faith in there being a willingness on both sides to find some common ground and find a way to preserve what's important about this property. And that the email from Clinton Brown, the heritage architect, points out that even in its current conditions, it's the only remnant on this side of the creek that relates to Covington Square's historic village character. So the heritage architect who's been in there says, this is the only thing that remains on this side. So I just think it's really important we try and protect that, because Chippewa is a special place. It still has that village character, and I think it's important to try and help preserve that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay, the mover is going to stick with the original recommendation, is that what I'm hearing? And the seconder? Okay. All right, so we've been given the direction of our mover and our seconder. Is there any other comments to the motion?
We read the motion out again.
Well, the motion, Mr. Clerk, is basically the recommendation?
It's basically the recommendation, plus that the applicant meet with the Village of Chippewa Citizens Committee.
So it still includes 5% part.
That's not being dealt with today. That's going to be when we're at the condominium plan, so that's not part of today. Councillor Carrier and Councillor Pietrangelo?
Well, can you imagine if this proposal was in downtown? We'd be doing backflips. I can't imagine that there's anything to think about. It's a tremendous proposal. It brings livers to the town of Chippewa. It helps to rejuvenate down, Chippewa, the main part of Chippewa. We haven't seen a development come before us for this area for a long time. I think that this is a tremendous opportunity for us. I'm certainly going to support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I just want to say that I like the proposal, I like the recommendation. I will support the recommendation as well. The one concern that I have is in regards to the 5% parkland dedication. I think it's been a long-standing policy in the city that 5% of the raw land value be paid to the city for the development of parks and other recreational activities. Your Worship, we've even implemented Section 33, which is forced hotel owners that build over 30 stories to pay to the city. I don't know really that it's a policy that we should be looking at kind of pulling away. Once we pull it away once, I think that's the end of the policy. And I know, just being on the Committee of Adjustments, I mean, even people that have developed in the rural area where there are no parks, they have to pay 5% parkland dedication, and in the one or two times that the committee tried to not impose it, this council made sure that it was imposed because it came in front of this council after that. So, Your Worship, that's the one thing that I would be leery about not supporting. Other than that, to Mr. Mason, I think that the proposal was great, and I definitely support it.
Okay. Are there any other comments of council? Well, I think we've been loud and clear on the parkland dedication aspect, but right now we're voting on the recommendation moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Morocco, with the extra piece that they meet with the historic group of Chippewa. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. It's approved with one opposed. Thank you very much. Okay, next item on the agenda, we're at PBD 2013-12. I'd ask the clerk to please introduce the next item.
Your Worship, the next matter is a public meeting now being considered, proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw for the development of the second phase of retail at what's known as the Walmart Plaza, Oakwood Drive, south of McLeod Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Wednesday, December 19, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. These councillors, there must be something funny going on over there. I feel like I'm missing out. Mr. Hurlovich, can you please explain the purpose and reason of the proposed bylaw amendment?
Thank you, Worship. This property involves a parcel of land, 5.5 hectares, 13.7 acres, on the south side of Oakwood Drive, south of McLeod Road, and on the east side of the QEW. As the city clerk said, it's part of the Walmart Plaza, it's part of the Smart Center's development of the Oakwood Place Shopping Center. So the first phase is largely developed, that's Walmart and the adjacent stores. They now wish to develop the second parcel, which is on the south side of Oakwood. The application, therefore, is to change the zoning to allow an additional 8,400 square meters. It's 90,000 square feet of gross leasable space. They want to use that for mid-sized stores. So those are stores with a average floor area or minimum floor area of almost 15,000 square feet. They're also looking for a zone change for the parking aisle width, reduce that to 6.1 meters from 6.9 meters. They already have that on the north side, so they're just extending that. We did hold a neighborhood meeting in December. No one attended. This is the site plan for the property. So most people are familiar with the site. There's an exit from the small commercial buildings on the north out to Oakwood that will be signalized. The proposal, therefore, is to add 8,400 square meters of retail space. It would be a large plaza building on the south side of the property. The minimum store size, as I mentioned, is 1,390 square meters, almost 15,000 square feet. This would form the anchor for this south block. Initially, they had hoped to secure a home improvement center, but with the establishment of Lowe's at the northeast corner of the QEW and McLeod Road, or northwest rather, that opportunity has been lost in that particular district. And again, I've mentioned the difference in the aisle width of the parking lot. The official plan designates these lands major commercial. It's part of the Niagara district, Niagara Square Retail District, which is to serve as a regional shopping center. Mid-sized retail stores to provide an anchor is part of the intended use in Phase 2. This 8,400 square meters is part of the total 40,000 square meters which is already approved for the site. And while there's a policy requiring a market study, if it's something other than what had previously been planned, Council has dropped its requirement as requiring market studies with OPA 94, so we have not required a market study. Apparently we want the shortened version, so we're concluding it's a good thing. We're recommending Council add the 8,400 square feet and the parking aisle width be approved as well.
Yes, Councillor Thompson. You have questions of the planner?
I just ready to move the motion.
Okay. We're getting there. Any questions, members of council? Mr. Hurlovich? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address council. Is there anyone here other than the applicant? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or their representative. You can please state your name.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Nancy Friday. I'm a planner with Wellings Planning Consultants. I'm here on behalf of Smart Centres. I will make it very brief. Obviously, we've read through the planning report. We agree with the recommendation. I do just want to clarify that basically what's happening is taking that 14,000 square meters of home improvement space that was allowed for in the zoning bylaw and reallocating it, a portion for retail and a portion to remain for home improvement. So I just wanted to make it clear there's not additional retail space being added. And again, we support the recommendation of staff. I just wanted to clarify that one point. And members, representatives from Smart Centres are also here if there's any questions.
Excellent. Are there any questions of the applicant? Okay, seeing none, public meeting with respect to the proposed bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson moves the report, seconded by Councillor Maves. Call the vote. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we had to wait around all night for that. At least it was a good ending. Thank you. I know what you're thinking. Okay, sure you will. Okay. Next up, I'd ask Mr. Clerk if you'd introduce the next application.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit some amusement establishments on the Berlin properties on 4943 and 4945 Clifton Hill. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Wednesday, December 19, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, do you have an abbreviated version you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I think most people know these properties on Clifton Hill. It's a Burger King at Ruby Tuesdays. There's a travel lodge in there. There are 2 properties involved. There are a number of hotels, motels, tourist attractions already developed on the site. There's no change in buildings on this. We had a neighborhood meeting. No one showed up. Designated tourist commercial. They wish to add pinball electronic game establishments to the use. We already have a definition for amusement establishment. We're going to use that exact same amusement establishment definition. There are already amusement arcades on Clifton Hill, so we find it's a compatible use. They're also seeking to have the use exempt from parking. Council recently exempted most of the tourist attractions, and had this use been already an established use, it would have been exempt. So we believe that this is a logical extension of that parking exemption. So we're concluding that the application can be supported, and we're recommending that the council approve the zoning amendment to add amusement establishment as a listed use and to exempt that use from parking requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Any questions of council? Seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this? No, other than the applicant. No, seeing none. You guys are so anxious. Hang in there. Council will now hear from his or her applicant. Mr. Berlin, welcome. Good to have you here tonight. Did your applicant have anything to say?
Your Worship and Council, I'm here on behalf of Mr. Berland and his operation, and we're very supportive of the recommendation of staff. We'd like to see Council approve it.
Yes, we have a question, Councilor Morocco?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, we're going to close up the meeting now. Then thank you very much for that. Public meeting is now closed. Councilor Morocco and Councilor Thompson would like to move and second the recommendation. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Next item, Mr. Clerk, can you please introduce it?
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a proposed tourist home bed and breakfast at 5090 McRae Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Wednesday, December 19, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their right to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, can you please explain what we have here?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, this is a residential property on the south side of McRae Street at the terminus of 4th Avenue between Haywood and Slater Avenue. The property has an existing dwelling on it with a driveway extending out to McRae with a width to hold 3 cars. The applicant, as the clerk outlined, wishes to establish a bed and breakfast used within the building, limiting the use to 3 bedrooms for tourists. The land zoned residential, single family and 2-family in R2 zone, and we held a neighborhood meeting. There were a couple of residents in attendance from the area. No one expressed objections to this proposal. The property is designated residential, bed and breakfasts which are owner occupied are allowed by the official plan. The property is located on a collector road, and we don't believe there will be any traffic impacts. Zoned R2, the owner lives in the building. They want to add 3 bedrooms for use with the tourists. It will be owner occupied. The parking for the dwelling, they would require 4 parking spaces. There are 3 parking spaces in the driveway, a couple parking spaces in the garage, so they need to be able to park in tandem, a car in the driveway, a car in the garage, and we don't have any objection to that, so we're recommending that be included. We have been looking at we've been doing a study on cottage rental dwellings, and we're suggesting that we include in that study a definition of tourist homes. It's a kind of an outdated term that we've been using since bed and breakfast is really kind of the common term nowadays for homeowners who rent out rooms to traveling public. So we're recommending support of this application as it complies with the official plan. Will be owner occupied. It's on a collector road. The tandem parking is acceptable. So therefore we're recommending approval of the requested zone change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Is that a garage or a garage? What is it? Just for clarity, I just want to know what we're talking about. Any questions of council? Seeing none, a garage. That's the other one. There's 3. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here to speak to this other than the applicant? Seeing none, the applicant, would they like to come forward? Do they have any further comment to the staff report? Okay, you're good with it. All right, thank you very much. Public meeting is now closed. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. And now just quickly we'll get through our mayor's remarks. I know it's everyone's favorite part of the meeting, and then we'll start. We've got one item on the agenda that we're going to lift earlier than the rest. First, obituaries. Bill Vandelar, father of Dave Vandelar of our Municipal Works Department. Our condolences go out to him, as well as to Franco Piscitelli on the loss of his father, Antonio. As well, Peter Green, father of Bruce Green, one of our fire captains. And as well, I lost my Uncle Vic Smetana this past week, and he's now with his wife, Irene. So condolences as well to my family. This past week, we'd like to, on a more happy note, mention Councillor Morocco celebrated her birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Councillor Morocco. I'd like to mention that I volunteered at the CA Winter Festival of Lights at Dufferin Islands recently, and it was an eye-opener to see the visitors that were from all over, including, and this is over a 4-hour period, California, Poland, Kitchener, Mississauga, Toronto, New York, Russia, and others. It was pretty incredible. They were from all over. Also, I was joined by Councillor Gates as we opened up our latest grocery store, Fresh Co, on the corner of Kaler and Lundy's Lane, and we're happy that creates more grocery opportunities for people in the South End. The 8th Annual Chinese Business Excellence Awards were held this year. Their gala was in Markham, and Councillor Morocco represented the city and this council up there. Thank you very much, Councillor. Big Brothers, Big Sisters, we've already talked about. There was a hospital rally in Welland. Councillor Gates, Morocco, and Wing joined me there this past Saturday. Thank you for being there, all of you. Also, we would be remiss not to mention that recently Councillor Thompson, our official historian of this council, received his Diamond Jubilee Award. So congratulations, Councillor Thompson, on receiving such a prestigious award. Special announcements as well. We were notified tonight that there was an event for lupus awareness. Gianni Marinelli has committed his organization, Marinelli Personal Achievement Centers, to raise funds and awareness. His partner, Dan Giancola, former kicker with the NFL and CFL, will be working on a performance weight loss challenge from February 4th to the end of March. Gianni will donate his time to the Lupus Foundation equal to the amount of pounds lost in this weight loss challenge, just go to strategiclifecoach@gmail.com if you'd like some more information on that. We're still looking for more snow buddies. Anyone that wants to help shovel walkways and driveways for those of us that cannot get to our vehicles or to the sidewalk to catch a bus, just go to niagarafalls.ca. CAA Winter Festival of Lights has their upcoming Cintron Sports Fest Dodgeball Mania. It'll be taking over the Scotiabank Centre this weekend. If you want to find out about it, go to WFOL.com. It's a very neat event. It's got very big rave reviews with the colleges and universities that'll be coming into town to participate for Dodgeball Mania this weekend. Again, WFOL.com. 24th Annual Sports Wall of Fame will be this Sunday at the Gale Center beginning at 2 p.m. Hopefully Council can join me there this Sunday. February the 2nd at 6:30 p.m. at the Hilton will be a gala-style event with a silent auction and 50-50 draw to benefit Nikki Roma. This event will have live music featuring the Rock Swells. Tickets are $25 each and available by email at ssnickroma@hotmail.com. As well, there's been a plea to this council. The Niagara Symphony is looking for a councillor. If there's anyone interested in serving on their board, just let us know afterwards. I'm sure the clerk will forward your information. As well, we want to mention there's... you move Councillor Iannoni to be on the on the symphony. Is there anyone seconding that? The region has asked us to notify all of the public there is an extreme cold weather alert with temperatures at or below -15 degrees for the rest of this week. Please stay in, cover up. There can be serious issues including but not limited to hypothermia, so be sure to stay close to warm places. And lastly, we'd like to wish all of our Chinese friends a happy and healthy Chinese New Year, which will be taking place on February the 10th. This concludes the Mayor's remarks. Now we move on to the consent agenda. Firstly, Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for consideration?
Communications.
That too.
Communications.
Is there any other ones, Mr. Yes, for communications, Mr. You knew what I meant, though, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be clear. Consent agenda. We do have one item. We have people here.
You missed the communications.
We have a communication here, Mr. Councilor Peter Angelo. Can you help me? There's a Brown Bird. The Brown Bird Prostate Cancer Foundation requesting February 2nd be proclaimed Prostate Cancer Awareness Day. Moved by Councilor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councilor Gates. All those in favor? Thank you. And
If I would move that we pull up the Bridgewater Street Extension construction, I believe that's what
that's what we're doing. Thank you, Councilor Peter Angelo, seconded by Councilor Carrio. All those in favor? All right, thank you. MW 2013-03 Bridgewater Street Extension Construction Development Agreement. To speak to it, Mr. Walters?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Walters. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council, staff, and what's left of the friends, I guess, that are here. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Bill Walters. First of all, I'd like to thank council for the decision on the battlefield earlier. I'm a member of the Stanford Kiwanis, and we're looking forward to moving ahead on that. I'm here tonight now to representing George and Valerie Rowe regarding their lot at the end of Bridgewater Street. I'd like to thank the staff for the report on this matter. However, there's a few inconsistencies in the report. First being the amount that the proposed works will cost. On the first page and a half, there's 3 different numbers that are supposed to represent the cost of the works. Number 2, the Rose would like to have the road reconstruction incorporated into the capital budget as a city-initiated project, as is recommended in the report, but that the City of Niagara Falls be responsible for the entire cost. As the Rose will be paying a fairly large sum of money in development charges, almost $20,000, when they build on the lot, the city will receive more than the Rose fair share towards a reconstruction of the end of Bridgewater Street. To give everyone some background information, I don't think it's in the report, The end of Bridgewater Street was developed in the late 1990s by the City of Niagara Falls, and there was roughly 6 lots at that time that were sold off to private individuals, with the city receiving some substantial revenue at that time. The city at that time constructed a substandard turnaround that was barely capable of turning a car, and in fact utilized part of the Rose front yard or front of their lot as part of the turnaround. None of the individuals that purchased these lots at that time contributed directly towards the cost of the substandard turnaround that was created. To infer that the Rose would be responsible to upgrade the turnaround at their expense or even pay half the cost, to me, is absurd. The city should be held accountable to upgrade the turnaround to proper standards so that they can accommodate emergency vehicles at the end of the road. The Rose are not asking for anything over and above what the purchasers of the other lots at the end of the street received. The Rose recognize that they will have to install water and sanitary sewer laterals at their expense to service their lot. The Rose further agree with the recommendation in the report, but would like a paragraph added that the city agrees to reconstruct the turnaround at the end of the Bridgewater Street at the city's expense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the property there, and the fact, recall very well when there was actually 4 lots that were created there at the end of Bridgewater Street in the 90s. When did you say? 1990? Yeah. Anyway, if you go down there and you go right to the end of the street, there's no proper turnaround. There's no opportunity for plows or for any vehicles to make that turn. It's an abrupt stop right at the end of the lot. The lots, or 2 lots, I think, that were bought from Ontario Hydro by the Rose are 2 lots that have no roadway in front of them. So I think if the city goes in there and creates a proper turnaround, that's going to probably give them the proper access they need to access those lots, development charges, future taxes, so there's an opportunity to recoup on a proper municipal extended roadway, and it would just basically be a proper bulb for a cul-de-sac there to make that happen. So knowing very well what is there, because I've been there many times, and know that at the time the Ontario Hydro was asking a substantial amount of money for the property. I don't know the final analysis, but anyway, 2 great lots, or 1 lot, I guess they're going to use for one house. So I would move that the city be responsible for the turnaround there, which should have been done right in the first place.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. Any other discussion to the motion? Councillor Wayne?
Yes, I was going to second it. To me, it's a fairness issue. It says in our report there are currently 6 lots that are located southwest of Sophia Avenue, which would benefit by construction of a proper turnaround. So it's not fair to put the burden of paying for it on one property owner's shoulders. So I appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, the only other question I had was in regards to timing of construction. I noticed that in the report it talks about it being included in the 2014 capital budget. Would that still be the case? Or would you be able to get it in the 2013 budget?
Mr. Mayor, I think in order for the Rose to be eligible for a building permit, there would have to be some commitment to construct the road this year. So we're essentially including this expenditure in our 2013 capital budget.
2013. Okay. That's good.
Good. Okay. If there's no other comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
The balance of the consent agenda?
Okay, move the balance of the consent agenda. Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Maves. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo, you want to lift something? Of course. Yep, F 2013-02. Okay, we'll lift that. Anything else? Anyone want lifted? Okay, then if not, then we'll lift the balance. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. And now we'll deal with F 2013-02 capital project update. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question, and I guess it would be through you to Mr. Harrison. I know, and he's smirking already, Your Worship, in his presentation earlier in the budget meeting, he had a slide up there that had our historical year-end debt, and as you saw, it went down from 2011 to 2012. Although it shouldn't have actually gone down, it should have actually went up. And Mr. Harrison did allude to the fact that there was many capital projects that were approved in 2012 that just didn't actually get underway. As I go through this capital projects update, I see a lot of zeros and I see a lot of small percentages, which means that a lot of the funds that have been approved haven't actually been spent yet. But what I didn't see was any type of total. And I'm just wondering if anyone knows offhand from this capital project status report, how many dollars have been approved but not spent yet? And what is going to be added to the debt?
The report that you have in front of you is a new report that is kind of it's trying to provide you with an update, as it says, on all the capital projects. We don't have a total on here. Certainly we could provide that. I can't add up all the sheets straight on the spot here, but we certainly could provide it to you. Sorry?
Would have been easy if it was done in Excel.
It's actually done in Excel, but we didn't total it. But I guess because it's really on an individual case-by-case basis, there was 5 projects that were approved for funding by debenture. Those projects, we don't normally go to market until we know what the exact cost is of the debenture. Historically, a number of years ago, we have gone out and pre-borrowed the amount, and then the project is coming under, and we stopped that practice after a couple of those projects. So we don't fund, we don't borrow until such time that the projects are complete. A couple of the projects that we committed the debenture funding to are regional projects, that it's our portion of the proceeds or the cost that was funded by debenture. And I was smiling because I had that piece of paper ready earlier, and it seems to have been buried under here. But I certainly can share the details of the 5 projects and where they stat, where they are at this point, to you at the next council meeting.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, our city clerk has been so kind to put up the actual slide that I was talking about, which was the historical year-end debt. So the reason that I'm asking the question is because it shows here that our debt in 2012 is at $71.5 million, but it's not actually there because there's already been projects that have been approved that just haven't been added to that. Can I get at least that's correct?
No. No, because that's what the debt is outstanding at the end of the year. The fact that we committed to the debt, we haven't issued the debt, so we don't, that's the outstanding debt is what is outstanding, and that's $71 million.
Okay, but then even to counter that, even if we don't add to the debt this year, our debt is still going to go up because of previous motions that have been made last year.
We are actually going to be reducing that because we have debt repayment going on all the time.
I understand.
We'll be providing you in the next council meeting. We're going to start the capital budget proceedings. We will be talking about the debt required for the capital budget. So at that time, I could give you the actual what the projection would be of the debt that we've deferred to borrow until this year, and give you the outstanding amount.
That would be acceptable, Your Worship. And I think our debt is going down somewhere in between $4 to $5 million a year, exactly. But I believe that it was going up more than that from 2012 from the projects that we
Sir, the amount that we were supposed to borrow this year was $5.8 million. So if you look at that, that brings it up to about $77 million. That should have been outstanding at the time, less whatever we would have repaid on the issuance in 2012. So again, we will be providing that as an update. Again, part of our capital project will require debenture borrowing moving forward, as we outlined in our debt management plan, and all of that information will be coming forward as part of the capital budget.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the future report in advance, Your Worship, and I guess I'm just trying to bring to light that our debt isn't actually at the $71.5 million, so I don't want to see us approve more debt, because we already have a bunch coming off from last year that we haven't actually spent yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on that report? So did you want to move that report,
Yeah.
Councillor? Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. We have a resolution here tonight that the city support an application to the region for funding under the Public Domain Incentive Program for the Lundy's Lane Gateway Project. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws or amendments for tonight?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves. First and second reading of the bylaws. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Hold on a sec. Which one?
2013-05.
Okay, regarding the Optimist Park. Okay. Okay.
Bylaws 2013-05 to 2013-12 read a first time.
Second and third, Your Worship.
Moved second and third time by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous.
Bylaws 2013-05 to 2013-12 read a second and third time and passed.
Okay, new business. Councillor Iannone, Councillor Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like a report back from staff in regards to the lack of WeGo and Niagara Falls Transit operations on New Year's Eve. We've had an opportunity to talk about it. I've had many, many complaints. I have many people who think they were sucked into a $7 one-way fee when it was supposed to be a two-way fee. What I'd like to know is why we didn't have the proper number of buses out there, and I'd like that to come back in a report. I'd like to know how many were out there. I'd like to know what time it stopped, and I'd like to say out of the municipalities I've looked at, we're the only municipality that didn't provide free transit on New Year's Eve to get people home who were drinking or impaired. And we had how many millions of people, how many people come in for New Year's Eve? It's not a surprise to us, and we know how many we have to get out. So I'd like a report coming back to us in regards to...
Did you want to have some kind of a transportation plan suggested for next year?
Well, we know next year's coming, so that should probably be a good idea, too.
Okay, good. Moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion to the motion?
The answer, but I think she should have them in writing.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Morocco?
Yes, Your Worship. Just a couple things I'd like to actually have recognized. First of all, Donnie brought to my attention that GAM's aerial maintenance actually took it upon themselves, and they did all the costs to do Cummington Square and the bridge they lit up at Christmas. So it would be nice if we could send them a thank you letter, because they did they purchased the lights and did the labor and everything. So if I'm correct, if we could send them a letter thanking them for their donation.
So a motion, Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, we send a letter of thanks to GAMS for all their work and investment in Cummington Square. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. And second all, too, I'd like to send a letter congratulating Marcel Diana. I believe he went to California, and he received a Stanley ring from the LA Kings. I'm sorry, I don't know much about the hockey. I did wear that shirt as a fundraiser. It is hockey, right? Yeah, it is. Well, don't say that. LA Kings and the Stanley Cup. So he got a ring. So I think it's great to recognize him as getting the Stanley Cup.
Oh, that's great. Hopefully we'll keep it in the garage.
So we can,
in the garage.
so we can send him maybe a letter congratulating.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Iannone, that we send a letter of congratulations to Marcel Dion for the recent ring that he received. All right, all those in favor? Okay, thank you. Are there any other motions? Motion for adjourn? Oh, Councillor Pietrangelo. Almost.
Your Worship, back in, I think, December and November, and I think even October, I asked for an update on the road extension into the Gale Center. And I'm wondering, because I know that there is some news out there, if you can give us an update.
Yes, we can. I'd say, Mr. Holman, can you give an update to Council on Thoroldstone Road Extension and what work we've been doing behind the scenes?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we've been reviewing the information that has been submitted by SciTech on the risk assessment for the property, and we have had discussions with the owners or the people that control the site. We're entertaining a proposal to redevelop the site, completely clean it up. In our discussions with regional staff, they're not comfortable recommending what was prepared by SciTech. So we are developing an alternate plan that would allow for the entire site to be cleaned up or remediated to an acceptable standard that would permit some type of commercial development on the site. There's some additional work, some meetings that are going to be held in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we hope to be able to bring a full report within the next month or so with the updated schedule for construction.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Your Worship. I really congratulate staff for, I don't want to say hurrying up on this, but anyway, it's nice to see that something is actually developing and that we'll get a report back soon. There's only one other issue, Your Worship, that I wanted to bring up, and that was the issue of the committee of the rail line. I know that perhaps you haven't met in a while, but I think the last time that you did meet about removing the rail line from the center of the city, the one that crosses all of our major streets, I know you were talking about it being an issue of using one engine as opposed to two to go up the escarpment, and that there's an added cost there for whichever company runs the trains on the line. Your Worship, I guess what I'm wondering is there any chance that you can resurrect that committee, go back to them, and get some type of dollar figure? I want to know exactly what it is that we're talking about here. In light of the fact that we paid, X amount of dollars to purchase the rail lands over on Clifton Hill, I want to know exactly what we're talking about here. I know you said again that it takes 2 trains to go up the escarpment one way, as opposed, or sorry, 2 engines to go up the escarpment one way, as opposed to 1 engine to go the other way, because the slope is much gradual. I want to know on an annual basis what the cost is, and then perhaps that can be used as a starting point for going somewhere. It would be interesting to resurrect talks about getting that train out of our city. So,
Councillor Thompson.
If that's possible, I'd like to empower the committee to do so, Your Worship.
Well, when was the last time I brought it up? 6 weeks ago?
Yep.
Same thing. I'm not sure. I think maybe most of the members of the committee have passed on from lack of activity. This is really a serious matter, and could be a costly matter for us if we're forced into putting in overpasses. There is a solution. The people sitting around the table on that committee have done enormous amount of research and work. They have some answers that may be acceptable, and we just have to get the committee together. Hopefully we can do that, and I appreciate you bringing it up and support, because we have to do something about it.
Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I don't know if Councillor Thompson is kidding about people passing on, but if it's a matter of needing people at the committee, I'd gladly volunteer to come. I just didn't want to step on anyone's toes, but in the same sense, I'd like to empower the committee to at least get a figure from this company as to how much it actually costs them to run along the North Line as it does, opposed to running right through the heart of our city. Because at least then, in my opinion, we would have a starting point, and it would be a part that perhaps we can negotiate. And if in the end we do eliminate the train from the center of our city, great.
Committee doesn't want to meet in the evening, so that doesn't start.
Well, maybe we'll have it at lunchtime, and then we could do it like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what we'll do? Well, we're gonna have a meeting. I mean, it's due time. We're into the new year, and agreed. We have some good ideas, good solutions, and all we can do is, meet with them and suggest that we have a starting dollar figure to do that. Because you're right, it's much less expensive to try to reroute than to build overpasses and underpasses at every major crossing that we have in the city. It's very expensive. So we'll do that, and we'll set up a meeting, and we'll make sure we'll set that up this week.
Okay. And if you need me there, I'm happy to come.
Yeah. Okay, that'd be great. We'll add them to the list. What do you think of it? Okay, good. All right.
I can't meet after 4 o'clock.
Any other, yes, Councillor Gates?
Yeah, just a couple things. One, I'm glad that my fellow councillor brought up about the arena. I had the privilege of taking in some of the old-timers tournament this weekend. For the Al Reed tournament, they had 78 teams there this weekend. Mm-hmm. And everywhere I went, they talked about when are you going to get the road fixed. Huge conversation, so I'm glad that we are trying to move that forward. Just a question, if we have to do any work there, who's going to pay for that? Just so it's clear.
Mr. Ullman? Okay, Mr. Todd, you
well,
get to mention this
one. We have included part of that money in our capital budget last year to do our portion of the road. The region would be a contributor. So just with respect to the road portion, it's a partnership between us and the region.
But if we have to clean it up, who's paying for it?
Well, that would be what we're trying to work out right now with SciTech and other property interests.
Because we found out with some of the other properties we cleaned up, that could be a very expensive proposition. The second thing is, at the same tournament, the Chippewa Lions Park, a lot of complaints coming down that way from the dogs, owners not picking up after their dogs. Is there anything that we could do to highlight that, or maybe put more bags out there so that they do it? So.
Mr. Dean, did you want to comment? Mr. Clerk, did you have any comment on that? That's your department.
Thinking more of put more bags out or whatever, just to highlight that.
We can talk to Parks and Rec.
Oh, hey, did you see that?